Welcome to the stream. Football Manager with Taffs Well. We won the last game, so apparently now we are 4th in the league. Or in other words, stop the count. Yeah, I guess if at the end of the season we lost, we would be here, we would be fine. So, what's there to do? Well, hiring staff apparently. Looking at this seems a bit undersized. And we need additional staff members. Preferably somebody with scouting knowledge in Scotland or Ireland, for example. I think it was Scotland and Ireland, if I'm not mistaken. Where is it? Here it is. Apparently one of the children outside got stolen their street roll or something. There, if you can hear it, well. There's a playground nearby. It's the end of the world. Okay, so considering staff members, we have a few transfers going on though. These two come in. Also, just to mention this because I see these eggheads here. I also updated the face pack for the youth players, so everybody down to 15 years old or something should have a decent AI generated face now out of New Gen's face pack. And if I'm not mistaken, the faces within the club should be the same. Looks like the same guy, so I'm happy with that. It only took me like 45 hours to get a Football Manager to finally generate the RTF file. So there's that. Yeah. Once a Football Manager year, at least. You need to do that. It's really fun. That stuff should be included in the base game. Who cares about 10 gigabytes this, you know, at this time. Okay. And then they would be able to get rid of the eggheads too. That would be fantastic. So, staff. The most pressing concern is the lack of an assistant manager. I think we had an advertisement going for that. So let's check that. We've got a manager, head of youth development might be rolling in. Right now there's nothing that we can do here. So apparently there's an ad going for each and every one of these positions. And the same can be said probably about this. Well, we filled the role for the scout, so we might just put on another ad and have a look for another scout. And then we will put on another ad and have another chief scout, if we can help it. Physio, that's available. Head physio, apparently job's already advertised. What's with the U19? There's a coach here. This is an assistant manager. That didn't get hired by us. Who cares though? I guess we could use another U19 coach and also a manager. Manager's already advertised. Same as assistant manager apparently. Why ever I did that. Yeah. I don't think we need to go for a specific goalkeeping coach or fitness coach for the U19. No recruitment team members available. What's available here? I guess we could try to find a loan manager. Because given the prices or the wages of these kinds of people, I don't think this is a big ask. 10 euros a month is something that we can afford. And why not? Go with a technical director too. I don't even know what technical director does. Let's see. In basic terms, your technical director tells you how well the staff are doing. Okay. So, yeah. we'll see. We're happy with a win? Sure. I would have preferred not to give away that many chances, but otherwise I'm happy with the win. Yeah. So we have 22 days to go. Let's not forget about training. At the time speaking, I think most of the players are somewhat tired, so I don't want to lay into that too much. That said, most of them, with the exception of Harry Martin, who will be gone more or less, well, it's highly likely that he will be gone. In fact, we should probably try to extend his contract, if we want to keep him. And he's got decent importance for the squad. So I guess just make him stick around if we can help it. He's for 50 euros a game right now. Oh, he wants to be star player. Yeah, okay, why not? Sure. Let's go with important. And that's not too bad, right? We can do this. So there's no guarantee, obviously, that he will remain, but... fine. That's... in fact, that's less expensive than his current contract. Fantastic, and that's probably fixed at this point. Yes, it is. So, in case he sticks around, we're happy. In case he doesn't, well... I guess then we will need to play Darren Evans in that position. Who would be brand new. And for him, I don't think we want him. Alright. "10 minutes into the stream. Given that the first viewers have arrived, how have you guys been doing? In case you're willing to chat, that is. In case you're unwilling, that's fine too. Lurk on. Well, he's 20. Is there somebody in this club? It's a fairly pro group. And a good day to you, sir. He broke the ice and the silence. Well, there's not so much silence to be had with me at the microphone, but... how have you been? It's a weekend, finally. Well, we're still part of his favorite person now. Oh. We broke his combo, by the way, to get... Oh, I'm okay. I'm a bit tired, to be honest. Work today wasn't that exhausting, but I still managed to break down on the couch. After we had I guess it was dinner. Or I don't know, something between lunch and dinner. So I broke down on the couch for 2 hours, I think, and I have no idea why. Afterwards I went shopping for chocolate. That's been like half an hour ago, and there was no chocolate to be had, at least not the one I wanted. So that's the mood I'm in. Well, there's really easy meals though, that are rather healthy that you can do. It depends on what you have at home, obviously, but you know, you cannot go wrong with in fact, for example, a colorful salad, in case there's anything like that. And what's it called? Gotta look this up, give me a second. I will feel really stupid later on, but salmon it is, yeah. Salmon. I guess most people like salmon, and if you don't, well, I don't know. Eat a sausage or something, whatever. But to me, that's a decent meal. And obviously, insert carbohydrates as you want them. Okay. So the thought process was, Paul Coleman is at the club now. Sure, he's fairly pro. Should we include him in a mentoring group? There's nothing wrong with liverwurst bread. Also, apparently I give advice now. I'm not sure if I should give advice on nutrition. Seriously. Just, I don't know, talk to a nutritional expert, I guess. Advice is a loaded word, I feel, these days. You know, with all the added responsibility and so on, all of a sudden you are, I don't know, given legal advice, giving medical advice, given financial advice, and then you get sued for it, so I don't want to go there. Anyway, I don't have chocolate. So it's a sad day. Yeah. So apparently MacIver is the youngest goal scorer ever for our club. That's great. I like that. And for some reason we get, you know, star ratings all of a sudden. Whatever that means. You mean with no attributes at all? No. I didn't. I know that this is possible, but it just doesn't feel appealing to me, if that makes sense. I'd be willing to try it. It's not like that, but he doesn't like the intensity of the team training. Why? It has nothing to do with the intensity of the team training. So apparently it's about the high training workload, but once we have a look at him and ask the assistant manager, he's unhappy with the individual training. So I guess we do that. Also, yeah, he's on double intensity due to low, I guess high condition it is. There's nothing low about this. And then there's Ryan Gibson. Similar problem. He's just fine. No complaints. He had failed. Well, it's gone. Well, I feel like... How far off is it of numbers? Is it... do you get like 1, 2, 3 in a way? Because we have similar stuff here, it's just 20 levels, right? If you want to put it that way, well infected, so whatever the smallest increment is, and I probably cannot show this. I cannot show this right now. But the smallest increment in here is 0.2, so in effect it's the 100 system. 4 different colors, okay. So that effectively, yeah, that effectively makes it from 20 to 4 in, no, to 5, I guess. Well, whatever, you know better. But I don't see much of a difference, other than being less precise, and that doesn't feel appealing to me, if that makes sense. But it's a personal thing. If you like it, why not? Also, it's the same way for me with this, by the way. So I don't want to rant on about how Football Manager has been and how it could be. I feel like I'm not opposed to the menu here, or the hearts in general, or any UI changes. But looking at these hearts now, I cannot tell right now. How do I put this? I can tell about the sharpness now, but I cannot tell about the exact number. And I can tell that they gain sharpness or that they lose sharpness. This is fine. This is great. But the precise value is missing. And we had that. So I missed it to this day. I want to know that this is 98% sharp. Because 98% is the threshold below being sharp. It's 1% below. So in that case, I would behave rather differently than in the case of 81%, which should be displayed the same way, just like this. So I guess numbers are better to me, if I can help it, but that's not realistic. So yeah, make of that what you will. That's not me hating on the hearts though, right? Or on every single decision of the user interface. It's just different preferences, and ideally you would be able to configure that. So this is about Paul Coleman. I think Paul Coleman is a nice capture for the club, if not a very important one. Yeah, that's totally fine. If this makes it more fun to you, that's great. Why not? I guess I got used to it. But no, the first time out it really annoyed me. Yeah, well, I don't know. As somebody that's very prone to micromanagement, I guess I like to have precise information everywhere. Yeah, but you are very right from the perspective that in reality you usually don't get that information. Not that precise anyway. And if you get it to that degree of precision, it's probably flawed from another perspective. So that precision is an illusion anyway. Yeah. So I guess I'm looking forward to working with him, even though I know him, right? Every goalkeeper is... So, this question is wonderful. Is Coleman the sort of goalkeeper who can be the difference between winning and losing? Please show me one goalkeeper, that's on the pitch actually, that is not the difference between winning and losing. Because, well, that's just the job they do, right? And obviously he can also be responsible for losing, so in that case he still makes the difference. This game is very realistic. The press formulates questions just the way I expect them to. So, yeah, sure. Yeah, the problem was that there was no second goalkeeper in the squad, and loan players will deal with that issue. Sure. So the thing with Paul Coleman is his attributes aren't that great, right? That said, for our level he's totally fine. He's really cheap. He might be cheap going forward. I don't know. And there's no concerns here. He's, well, media friendly. That's not the best personality, I think. Well, not the best media handling. But fairly professional and media friendly is a fine personality, so I guess I could use him as a long-term member. Oh no. Let's go with this, yeah. So in the end, Paul Coleman had positive body language. And there's a goalkeeping coach. Okay. So let's have a look at this guy again. Yeah, he was able to improve the goalkeeping coaching, I remember. In one category, which is all we need of him. Right now. So he comes in and we will give him a coaching assignment. Perfect. In fact, he can do both, right? He's not great at handling and distribution stuff. Well, it doesn't matter, not yet. But going forward, hopefully we can reduce the workload for Enzo. And in particular, we need somebody to do the fitness coaching. So that we can do the rest and improve quality there. And I will definitely go for additional coaches, just to distribute workload and have additional personnel available. Just as a warning, we might not get to do a game today, just so you know, because there's 22 or 21 days until the next game, so that might take a while. We might do everything else though. So I guess my implicit goal is to hire the staff and to also, if we can, find playing staff. So player transfers and so on. Well, not transfers really, but maybe find some loan players and so on. Because it would be really great not to rely on all of these non-contract players all the time. Head of Youth Development. Let's have a look at him again. Sure, he's spirited. That's not great. But spirited and evasive was a good personality, if I'm not totally wrong about it. I do not necessarily agree with that formation and so on, but I guess we will have other players available too. And this is not great, but he likes to work with youngsters, so I guess that's a plus. Oh. No. No. Do not do that. That's one of the worst things. For them to do the friendly matches. All of a sudden you pay a bill of 80k and you don't know why. And it appears that they have invited Red Bull Salzburg or whatever to come over and play a game. Alright, Jamie Snoddy's gone. We don't care much, I think. Conor Henry's trial comes to an end. He's been with the club for a few days. That doesn't look that horrible, but there's some holes in that attribute sample, I think. Callum Rooney. I guess that's okay, but same here. It's a bit all over the place. I'm not that convinced. Mr. Spence here. To a degree that looks better because it's more rounded, and I like that. That said, he has a trait that I'm not fond of, and, well, the personality. I guess unambitious and level-headed isn't the worst of it, but I'm not that convinced. Stephen Smith. He's fairly sporting and level-headed. Sure, why not? That's an 18-year-old. So I guess the question here is, can we sign him for, you know, low wages? Because the U19 doesn't contain a goalkeeper right now, if I'm not... Well, it contains the trial list. But there is no goalkeeper in here, so we could use one. The alternative is this guy. I'm not entirely opposed to the idea, but he doesn't look like he's up to the standard that we need. He might be though. Well, he can improve a lot, I think. But an 18-year-old, where does he come from? Yeah, somewhere. What's this? This is not a bad league, is it? I think this is the first one. The Danske Bank Premier. Okay. Well, he was released by them. But still, I think he can contribute to the U19 squad. He's young enough to play in case we need a backup. And this is... yeah, this is former stuff. He's strictly Northern Irish, so no problem. I guess we'll try to sign him. Okay. Yeah, he wants to be star player, okay. So we gotta compare this to what we have. In more detail. That's not the one I'm looking for. I guess Paul Coleman would serve too. So, in comparison with Paul Coleman as a goalkeeper, he looks like he's better overall. That's not that surprising. Yeah. So overall he's better. I think we can agree to that. Not by that much though. So... and I wanted to compare him to the other guy too. I don't know his name though. What's his name? Joe Massaro. So... that's different. Stephen Smith is not a physical guy, but Joe Massaro overall looks like he's seriously lacking in some of these areas. Not blaming him in real life, but here in Football Manager it looks like he declined, or I don't know, never made it to a certain level. So I guess this is a improvement and Joe Massaro can be back up. So third goalkeeper, why not? Star player, sure. Let's see how much money he wants. But to bring in an 18-year-old as a star player is always dangerous. He will not listen to his, I guess superiors is the wrong word. To the ones older than him. And that's something that we need. Because we need to change his personality a little bit at least. I don't know, I don't like this. I don't want to have him as a star player. You know what? No, I don't want this. There's so many players in this world. So if I don't feel like this is the best deal, let's not do this. Okay. Yeah, he's been appointed head of youth development, this is fine. This is what we did. So, no longer looking for one. And I think the head of youth development does U19 training at least. Might even do training here. He doesn't, but in the U19 he does, right? This looks a-okay. So Stephen Richards can do the goalkeeping training here too. And our assistant manager is not a great coach, but he does decent fitness coaching. So I guess he can do that. Whilst Jordan Livelin? I hope that's what it's pronounced. So whilst Jordan Livelin can do the technical possession coaching. Okay. It is? Some weird ass sound. I'm gonna... Yeah, so I guess I want to learn. Let's see. What's his name? Civilin? If that's right. Nothing a German should try. Okay. Well, we've got Google Translate. So, I just want to listen to it. Well, Okay. You ready for it?
Jordan Llewellyn.
Oh. So it is Jordan Llewellyn?
Jordan Llewellyn.
Jordan Llewellyn. Something like this. Okay. I will probably butcher this going forward. No technical director. And no loan manager. Okay. I can deal with that. Morgan James is wanted for some reason, sure. We've got star ratings. Now we can ignore them. But yeah, this is great. To have at least some proxy for quality. Even though it might be horribly wrong. Yeah, and I totally forgot. We need trial lists, right? Obviously we can afford some scouting given the club finance. That said, I'd rather invite them here. So we've got a... There should be a short list. Not that one though. Well, I guess that one too. He's a really good keeper. For our level. He's really great. 22 though. Not a great personality. Well, balanced. Whatever. I don't know why he's on the shortlist in the first place. If I'm being honest. He's with the other Hawk Dolls now. I guess this is one of the hopeful signings. I'm not sure. Let's just get rid of him. He's Norwegian. I would be perfectly willing to sign him. The problem is there's no work permit to be had for him. And that's the end of the story, at least for now. Aaron Walsh is on his way in, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, he is. And the same can be said about Darren Evans. He's on trial already. So there's these. Let's go to the young candidates shortlist. I sorted this one. So most of these are no longer... Well, most of these we have knowledge of. And they all should be from England or, you know, somewhere. And they should be 21 or below. That's not that many players though, as you can see. Like 45 are interested in a transfer or loan out of 65. The rest of them doesn't consider as a viable possibility. And also, the scouting knowledge of the club is horrible. Whilst, so this knowledge level here, we have knowledge down, due to the fact that the manager knows about them. We do not have knowledge in the club. So I guess it makes sense to invite everybody once. To get some knowledge of them in the club, now that we have a scouting department, right? Yeah, let's do this. So we will offer trials to basically everyone in here and see if one of them is any good. We will probably find some players that are interesting to us, but they might not come over. And hopefully the knowledge level here increases, so afterwards we can invite everybody that we do not have knowledge of. Well, some might not want to come. Like these. Okay. So I guess we can go straight back, if that would be possible. And just offer an additional bunch of trials to additional players. He was included, he wasn't. Because some of them declined, some were on trial already with us. So Joe Bolton, for example, joins the other Hawk Dolls, so there's no use getting him in on trial. Yeah, he's on trial with them. Sure. I would like to have Joe Bolton available, but it might not be possible. So we finished with Bradley Owens. And we will drop them all down to the U19, because their training level is not important to us. Alright. Fine. And I don't know about whoever that is. Toby Yates. Well, that's not that bad, is it? Now, if only he would be willing to sign for us. Yeah, sure, why not? We'll do a bunch of 18-year-olds. So, all of you can go to the U19. Same as Toby Yates. And now we will find out if the limit counts, including youth players. Oh no, where was it? Those are all with us, right? Yeah, they are with Taffs Well right now. Joe Bolton isn't. So I guess Chris Wallace is the first one not to be with us. That's not that many players anymore, right? And afterwards, we are left without any additional information about players available. So we will need to listen to the scouting department afterwards. Look at it. We can get additional trialists in, and apparently the limit of 30 doesn't count. Because, well, we moved them to the U19. So... they play against West End. Okay, whatever. I can live with that. That said, going forward they will not arrange any friendlies anymore, if I can help it. Which reminds me, we gotta check this. So, where is it? Matches... No. I do not want any friendlies to be arranged for anyone. That's okay. That's fine. So, next question. Do we want friendlies in this gap? I guess we can have a look at the money. Oh no. The friendlies were arranged for us, not for the U19 team. So we gotta cancel this one, because this blocks the training session, right? That's my bad. West End. Did I get this wrong? Yeah, I got this wrong. These are U19 fixtures. I don't know what's going on in my head. So... I think these are the major fixtures, and this is a friendly of Flinttown U19 against our U19. Somewhere it should be. Oh, because I'm looking at the schedule of their senior squad. But this one, yeah, this is against the U19. Okay, so everything's fine. I got confused for a while here. In any case, this friendly is rubbish. Because the U19 has a training schedule, and that training schedule includes Saturdays. I do not want them to play a match on Saturdays if I can help it. So... if I can do that, I will cancel this one. I don't want this to happen. They can happily have other friendlies. Every single Sunday. For example, against Cardiff Corries. Why not? That's an affiliated club, so whatever. It doesn't look like we can earn any money with any of these. We could try to do away games, but that might be really expensive from the travel perspective. Yeah, so apparently we can earn some money with away friendlies. Well... anyone willing to risk 17k for a total income of 2k in case it goes well? I'm not so sure. I don't know. This doesn't seem appealing to me. So let's do friendlies that do not earn money at all. At least for the U19, that is. And the U19 obviously can play all the time here. So I guess we can give him a friendly for every single Sunday. Why not? With no particular emphasis on anything. Other than being for free. There's... The first real game for them is in October. The 1st of October. So that's here. They can play a friendly at the same day? This menu is highly confusing. Now, these are the senior fixtures if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, no idea what's going on there. Considering senior fixtures, that looks the same. So our next real game is against the Plevenon Blues, I guess, whatever they're called. Yeah. Blenavon Blues. Okay, so Blenavon Blues. And then there's... however this was pronounced. I forgot already. Because it sounded major or something. Yeah, probably butchered that. In any case, there's a gap here, and in that gap we can play friendlies. So, how many friendlies should we arrange? Because we need some sharpness, we might include some new players. And we could use some practice for new tactics, I guess. So, if we're overdoing it, one each on Wednesday and one each on Sunday. Not right now, obviously. So I guess we do one each on Sunday. Yeah, let's invite somebody for 15k. This is what happens if you give control to the assistant manager or whoever in your club. And this is not much better. We can invite Weston Supermare or Weymouth. Great. That looks decent though. So for an away game this is not too bad. So I guess we go to Weston Supermare just because we can. And afterwards we will go towards whatever. Do they all pay the same? No, they don't. There's a slight difference in expected income. Interesting. So, depending on the reputation of the club, apparently only the really big ones pay a lot of money. So I guess we deal with the suffering and morale and get defeated 2 times, once by Western Superman, once by Cinderford, and just live with it. Because if that earns us 3k every single time, why not? We can spend these 3k on something. And obviously we will be able to have a look at that. In case it doesn't work, it's not, it will not ruin us financially. There's a few more trialists, sure. How could you? Okay. So now we have 2 friendlies to go. I think that's not too bad. Some of these players might gain some sharpness, some might make a comeback from a recovery from injury, I think is the way to put it. And we definitely need some tactical familiarity for most of them. So to play a game, even if it is a friendly, might help. That though, that will not happen. We will do it like this. And also like this. I guess that's better. Same here, obviously. Because the match practice and the outfield training is too much of a hassle. Yeah, so this should decrease the amount of effort that is expected of them on the weekend. There's a few friendly invitations for... This is all for the U19 though, is it? Should be. And these are for the senior squad. Yeah, this looks like U19 schedule. And this is for the senior squad, so I guess we got that right. So expectations is we make another 7k in this period. Now just imagine we could spend that money on something. Which reminds me, can we spend that money on something? Because there's 140k in the bank, and we can't do shit with that money so far. So, how do we go about getting this club big? Facilities are... We've got basic training facilities and poor year facilities. So we could try to grow this club by upgrading facilities. If we can sustain the amount of money this club makes. I have no idea where the 140k come from. I don't want a new stadium. I'd like to start a coaching course though. Sure, why not? Always. They will probably not agree to it, because, you know, they fear we might leave. I do not want them to cut back on the youth recruitment. And apparently, do they have maximum level youth recruitment? Seriously? No. This can't be true. Where is it? This is Club Vision. Should be in the club information somewhere. Youth recruitment, where is it? It's limited. I don't know what that means, but it can't be max. We could try to increase junior coaching budget. I don't know the level of the youth intake just yet. Also, we could try to go professional immediately. Just for funsies. So we are semi-pro right now, and we cannot give part-time contracts that are, you know, contracts. I will do this. Why not? There's 140k in the bank. Would be a bit absurd, but we might as well ask, right? A German will be like, this guy drops me a mail every single day with yet another request. He's so annoying. Why do we appoint him as a manager? I just want to have a pina colada in the sun or something. And now we're bothering him with mails. Or worst, personal meetings. About being professional with a club that spends 10 euros a week on their staff members. So I guess we will make it to a game after all, because there's friendlies incoming. And we will have a lot of time with the trialists. Maybe we can also find another scout and finally find that assistant manager. That's the worst of it. I really miss that assistant manager. Yeah, well, Taffs Well U19 might be a bit a bit stuffed with trialists right now. They will all play in the friendly. So hopefully we will devastate Flint Town just due to the trialists. No coaching course. Okay, so I will not debate this. I want to be around for training anyway. So let's not do this. Aaron Welch doesn't... Oh, for... Fine. So I guess he doesn't come with us. He goes to Port Talbot. Okay. So we will remove him from the shortlist. Well, that happens. This guy's a decent passer and so on. He would have been a nice fit in the youth team. He's on a non-contract with them though. I just removed him from the shortlist. I guess I don't want him on the shortlist anymore. He's with them right now, so yeah. Let them have him. And this is no good. So we will give them the training of no match, and they will have overall training down here. Yeah, why not? I guess that's okay. This is all fine. What about match Oh, there's no match Sunday schedule, is there? So I guess we can do one. That said, the overall, this looks like there's a lot of overall training, so I'm okay with that. Let them have it. How did the match end? Where are we? So many friendlies. I can't find our team. There it is. We won by a goal of Toby Yates, a trialist. So even though his finishing isn't that great, I feel like this is a fine fit for us. Sure, jumping reach is a bit missing, but This looks fine to me. We might just sign him and include him in the senior squad. Look at that team cohesion. The squad is really small, and well, I guess the effect is that team cohesion goes up a lot. I was not aware of this. It makes a lot of sense, but I just wasn't aware of it. No. I want to look through the rest of them first, though. That's not too bad, is it? As a youth option, why not? That's not too bad either. I'm not so sure about him. But we signed him, did we? No, we didn't yet. Yeah, probably. Given that I did the same recently, I feel like this has been a mistake on my behalf. He dives into tackles with tackling 6, aggression 5. That doesn't seem fitting. Ooh. Oh. Well. He's not great, but look at that sample of traits. He tries killer balls often. This is fantastic. But it fits him, by the way. He's got... No, he doesn't have flair though. So, yeah. He comes deep to get ball, which is fine for a DLP-like player. He does not dive into tackles, but with that tackling of 5, I guess that's okay. Not that I'm too fond of that trait. Likes the ball played into the feet. I guess that's fine. And he brings the ball out of defense. So he drops back. And, well, or in case he's a defender, he runs in the midfield positions. Well, okay, in that case, that's not that great. So, what kind of player is this? A ball-playing defender, maybe? I thought this was a playmaker type. In a fashion he is. But the more I look at it, the more it looks like a ball-playing defender or something. So, I'm not so convinced anymore. That's not that bad on the physical side, but a bit weak. An unambitious right-footed player that likes to curl balls. And apparently a playmaker type, if I look at this. So right now we play with an advanced playmaker. Preferably I'd love to have one of these, but he will not do. We don't know his personality yet. Unambitious, okay. Darren Evans is on the list to be signed. And then there's a few players that we don't know anything about. So I guess that's good. Well... Oh... Oh, he's on a contract with us. Sure, we signed him already. A fickle central midfielder, not much of a tackler. Decent balance, so I guess that's a DLP. Yeah, to me this is a deep line playmaker. Even though the mentals are, yeah, off. Fickle and media friendly. He speaks Swedish? He might have been in Jytte Hogdal. So, yeah, that's a thing. Let's bring him in as a youngster. And Fickle is a rather ambitious personality. The rest might be more or less all over the place, if I'm not mistaken. But that's not too bad. The star rating is off. But if I look at this, bravery is really good. For a 17-year-old, serving as some sort of target man or, well, not a deep lying forward, but serving as some sort of target forward, that's not too bad. I'd rather have a bit of more of pace and, I don't know. But looking at this, anticipation, decisions and off-the-ball movement are one training sample, and decisions and composure are another. So we might as well just put him on mental training all the time. The rest is totally fine for our level. Sure, he needs additional points everywhere, but that's not that bad. Level-headed is okay as a media handling style. I guess I will do this immediately. Just sign him for the U19, obviously, for no money, and just let him train with the club and see where it goes. Was this guy? Okay. So he's 20, we don't know anything about him, neither with these. This is not a bad ball-winning midfielder, but more of an anchor man. I think he's got a decent size, but the physicals are really concerning. I guess for an 18-year-old that can develop to a degree, but he will never be a really strong guy. That said, we can use a replacement there, because, well, he wants a very important player, so in case he doesn't want to come in as a youngster, he would be willing to. Let's get rid of all of this. You don't need any money. As I said, you do not need any money. Fine. There we go. Thank you very much. Yeah, just due to the fact, the combination of that trait and that personality I'm not fond of. I don't think so. The personality isn't that horrible though, but tries to play way out of trouble. I don't like that. He's unambitious, level-headed, sure, that would be possible, but we've got enough of this type of striker. AD Rooney. That's a pacey one. So I guess we need a replacement. Remember that striker in the first team? On the left wing? No, not a striker. Well, the inverted winger. Johns is his name. So I want to compare him to Johns. Because... yeah, that's what I thought. It's not like we need to get rid of Chris Johns immediately, but Andy Rooney, he has a horrible personality as a temperamental player who is outspoken, volatile and confrontational, but he's 17 years old. And he's better than Johns, in some areas at least. I'm looking at inverted winger though. So there's no stamina and work rate to be had here. Where does he come from? Logal, I guess it's called. So I would want to retrain him for the left wing. That trait is totally fine with him. He's a really weak guy. I don't know, I guess he's moderately tall, so it's just he needs to eat his potatoes or something. There's no potatoes at this club. He needs to eat something else. I don't know, his meat and salad. Whatever. And the anticipation is a bit concerning, sure. For an inverted winger though, the way we play them here, the lack of dribbling is more or less what's really needed. And the rest of his mentals, I don't care so much about the crossing. We don't do crosses anyway. If we would though, yeah, would be great to have somebody with decent crosses. But we can just put him on composure and decision training, for example. And that acceleration and pace is fine. It will not improve much, not with this club. And he's got decent teamwork too. As a striker, I do not think that this is very viable, but he might do an emergency replacement as an advanced forward from time to time. So I guess we bring in another youngster that has really shitty personality. I will sign him first, or I will try. There we go. And now we will get back to it, because I want to slap this into the calculator afterwards now. There it is. So temperamental, as well as outspoken, volatile, and confrontational. That's a really fantastic combination that implies very high controversy. Yeah, I guess we knew that. Average ambition, decent amounts of pressure, no good professionalism, decent amounts of loyalty, and apparently there's also a value for important matches. I don't know about that. Sure. So, but the minimum can be basically all at one. He's got really bad personality. Like, he needs to be coached or mentored immediately, in case he comes in. I think we're through, are we? Where's the striker? Not that one there. This one. I do not think we made an offer just yet. So I don't want to overdo it, but I think this is our striker for the future. He might even be striker for right now. His finishing isn't that great. But we can train him, for example, as a deep lying forward on attack duty. Might not go well with attack duty though. Yeah, I don't know. But overall, this looks like a different tactical option than what we have with the club right now. Our best striker is Van Kluit, I guess it was. And I want to compare Toby Yates to Van Kluit. Highly different kind of guy, right? Yeah, Van Kluit will not do from a physical perspective. And in fact, Toby Yates is faster than Van Cloyd, who plays as an advanced forward, because Van Cloyd is really bad on the physical side, other than his jumping. If we compare him... What's the name of the striker with the interesting face? Elena it is. If we compare him to Elena, still, he's a way better striker. James Elena needs to be scouted further. I think we know about James Elena, thank you very much. So I guess we signed Toby Yates. And in case he insists on being star player, he will be star player. Ouch. That might be a problem. Are we willing to gamble this? Or do we offer him serious amounts of money? I'm willing to gamble this, I think. He might decline though. Or he might go with it. Fantastic. So, I think we will include him in the first team immediately though. He will play. Youngster or not, he will play. At least from time to time. And we might have to let one of the other striker options leave. Doesn't matter much. So much for trial lists right now. Can any of you guys remember anything else that needs to be done prior to playing the friendly? Maybe prior to playing the next competitive match? Is there something I should have a look at? Anyone's got any interest in anything? Well, you can think about it for a few seconds, because I want to get rid of the annoying pre-roll ads for everyone else that's outside. So I guess we need to do an ad break. Also, I can go to the kitchen and grab some food. So stay with me, and I will keep this running in the background in case I can help it, because nothing will happen. Yeah, I'll be back in 3 minutes. Oh, there's a staff meeting. Did we offer a new contract to Morgan James? So forget about the ad break for a second. I'll do that in a minute or two. This guy is important to us. And they offered a contract to him. So we pay him 75 right now. He's a central defender for us. We do not have viable options to replace him. It's just not there. He doesn't like his individual training, so I guess defensive positioning it is. Alright. And we offer him a new contract too. 75, 10 free, sure. He wants to be star player. I do not want to improve the coaching team now. Important player is fine with us. That's the same amount of money. We can reduce his wages. Nope, that he stays. This is fine, he will not want this, and the clean sheet bonus, I suggest he doesn't want that either. Sure. So, Player change in registration status. Playing time changes. We'll have a summary to inbox, will we? Okay. Now we'll do the ad break and I will grab some food. Be right back. I made it. So, we're back. I found food. Which is more than Mies did previously. So I hope you found food too. Or, you know, managed to get into the cooking stuff. And got some food anyway. What happened? I don't know. Also, I hope you enjoy watching me eat, because this is my favorite pastime, other than playing Football Manager. These are the goalkeepers that leave us. Our defensive midfielder will remain with us for the time being. Which might just tell us that, well, he's an important player right now. I guess he can remain important player. I guess. Yes. This might be totally fine. I wouldn't necessarily agree on the way you put it, but sure. They might have a lot of upside potential. I just want him to reduce his wages, seriously. $45 it is, man. $45 it is. That's fine, thank you very much. For fuck's sake. I wanted him to be part of the club. Now he's gone. Yeah, you've not long joined your club because it's the wrong one, man. It's the wrong one. You gotta join ours. So we'll put him on the shortlist for 1 year. This is no good. So, Mr. Vixman was taken. How do you come to that conclusion? Did you start a save on your own in Wales, or is this about our save? I think this is second league in Wales though, not the first. There might be a slight gap between the two. Also, isn't this part of the fun? To play with players that have obvious weaknesses? Like, if you have a player that has 15 to 18 everywhere, what's for you to do? He knows better anyway. The really important questions. Please feel obliged to answer. So, no professional status right now. You haven't been with us for very long. I guess. We have a second applicant for assistant manager. Please tell me he's not unambitious. He's fairly loyal. Okay. Also he's crap. Sorry, Mr. James. Cyan James. At least in this save, his attributes are a bit off. Yeah, I wouldn't want him as an assistant manager. So I guess Cyan James it is. Okay. Yeah, there's some sense to that. I can see that. Attacking football is really nice to watch, right? But you're prone to conceding on the counter or something. Nobody went with what's football. Or you guys watch football. Hmm. I probably should have selected one option myself, because I don't watch much football anymore these days. Not with the streaming and all. There's just no time, and also, you know, DRM and stuff. So I guess a combination of possession and attacking football is the most enjoyable to watch, okay? Or might be the most enjoyable long term. That's not too bad. So we will try to sign him. What? He wants 130? All of a sudden the staff wants money. Let's go back to Nathan Tyrell. There's not much of a difference between the two. I will not pay him that amount of money, no. Yes, I want an assistant manager, but not want to... I will not pay him like this. Forget about that, we will take the unambitious guy, who cares? I just want an assistant manager that's available. Oh no, recruitment focus. Okay. Hey, one of our players made it to the top 3. South... July South Player of the Month. Wow. He's in the team. Great. I guess this is the overview. Yes, these are all trial lists. No, we will not necessarily play every single one of these. We look weak in attacking midfield to the right and in goalkeeping. I do not necessarily agree. And that's all I'm wanted to do here. No crew recruitment focus just yet. Other recommended players are not available. That's it. Thank you very much. Great meeting. Fantastic. Oh, as useful as ever. Sorry about that. Good friend of mine once told me that every man with a beard needs to have at least half a meal stored in the beard for later on. So in case that happens anytime soon, this is my excuse. With the scouting, he has no current assignment. I think it would be fine if we had one scout that did just repeated scouting on next up position. So I think Yandir Sola will be that scout. Because we can. And this is not under create focus for some reason. This is here. Oh, we have an analyst. Well, in that case, sure, why not? Let's confirm this. Still no current assignment for some reason. I had my problems with that kind of with this assignment earlier in this save, and I had to redo it all over again just for it to activate at all, or for it to be done. This is one of the UI decisions that I do not understand at all. Why this was separated from the regular scouting menu, and now it doesn't work anymore. At least sometimes it doesn't. And it's just annoying to me. We have a separate menu now for no reason. So, there's the report, okay? Okay, so we need a performance analyst. After 3 league matches, we will have reports here. Great. So I guess this will have to do, and there's no information here that's interesting to us. Goalkeeper looks decent though. Yeah, so I guess these are a bit better than ours. Well, they might be. Given that it's an away game, we will probably go with the more defensive, the cautious formation again. I think it's cautious. And try to score on the counter. But we might include one of the youth players or two. The future signings maybe. Company makes a sensational return to Anderlecht. Okay, cool. So, what would he do to grow a club like this? Anyone's got any opinions on that? Like, we can only sign players on non-contracts. I guess we can pay fees for players, but why should we? There's enough playing staff available that's okay. We can probably do more loans, can we? Because the loans will not get rated anytime soon. So we can have a look at loan players that are great and include them. He's a trialist, man. He's a trialist too. You are confused, John Deere. You are confused. And Shay Kirk is a 20-year-old? Oh, I wasn't aware. Well, any case, he will probably not be happy if we demote him to regular start to breakthrough prospect from regular starter. So I will not do this. Okay. So I wanted to do some scouting too for loan players. That's not bad. This is a recommended signing. He's on 45 per week. We don't know about his... He's with Wisbech. What kind of league is this? None. They do not play in a league. That's not too bad. If we compare this to... What's the... Morgan James it is, right? Yeah, so Morgan James is better. By a landslide. Still, I feel like Elif Feldstedt is not too bad. What about the rest here? I guess Kirk Shea is much worse, sure. We have other central defenders. Not Chris Jones, he's a winger. I will see through this at some point. Chris Doran, no. Morgan James. That's the one I was looking for. Who did I compare him with right now? Oh, it's the same player. Whatever. Okay. But we've got Sam Jones here. So he's better than Sam Jones. That's not that hard to achieve. He's got good personality, otherwise he's not that great. So I guess we can try to go with a loan. Here. Let me have a look. We have Morgan James as a first team player. Sam Jones as a fringe player, if I'm not totally wrong about this. Oh! He might be included as a staff member going forward. So we need to keep him. Because this is not bad. He wants to be a manager though. Yeah, so what's available as a central defender? Luke Thomas. Yes. And Luke Thomas, in comparison to this guy, doesn't look that appealing. That's it. We have no other central defenders that are worth considering. We might have on the youth team. So I guess we can have somebody else to be in the first team as a regular starter. Which means we can make a loan offer here. Let me go back to the scouting menu for a second. The other guy is not a central defender. Decent midfielder though. Yeah, the physicals look really interesting. The rest of it is all over the place though, so I don't know yet. But this guy, I guess a loan is okay. Balance and media friendly basically tells us nothing. So, yeah, I guess we can deal with that. And he will be squad player, just for us to reduce the pressure on... Especially if it includes a sensible future fee. Well, in that case, we will include a sensible future fee, obviously. Right? If we can do that. Where is it? Not here. Oh. There's no future fee clause here. Why not? Let's just... No. We are absolutely incapable of using a future fee for some reason. There's a limit of 12 loan transfers per season. We currently have 1. Yeah. So, financials are a bit of a joke here. If we can get this, they will pay his wages and we will have a good time. Or we might not, but who cares? Oh, I think we agreed upon a clause that doesn't allow us to send him back. Did we? No, he can be recalled. But the loan cannot be terminated, yeah. So, I fucked that up. But doesn't matter much. We will just drop him to U19 in case he's annoyed. And there's Toby Yates. Immediately he comes in. And we will probably promote him to the first team immediately too. I want him to be in a mentoring group. We gotta find one. Because for us, he counts as a youngster now. Same with him. Well, yeah, it depends a little bit. But that's not too bad. So he can go to the senior squad. I'm not sure what to train him as. I guess deploying forward on attack duty, I said. So I'm willing to stick with this for now. The mentals look really decent for this level. And physicals are okay too. He's alright. His heading is wonderful. So maybe we should use this too, but on the other hand, he doesn't have the physicals to jump really high. So I guess his heading is an added bonus. And otherwise, we really just want to improve his technicals, because the mentals are fine and they will improve by themselves to a degree. So technicals it is, and in his case, this means either passing or dribbling. Maybe penalty taking. I guess passing and dribbling it is. And we'll start with the dribbling. Because I feel like on attack duty he's not... well... he will run more with the ball. But I think he's instructed as a deep lying forward to play dangerous passes. Right? So let's try to improve that. And now let's have a look if we can find a mentoring group that suits him. Because he has no traits whatsoever. Yeah. These are central defenders. They do have a trait though. So this is not a good idea to include him here. Sam Jones on the other hand would be fine as a mentor, but I think this is okay as it is. George Jenkins is much too young to be mentoring him. Massaro is balanced himself. Mr. Cake Grenade is not a suitable mentor due to the trait. Same with him. Mr. Cloyd has a trait that's acceptable but not a personality that I'm willing to go with. No, we'll just include him in the fairly pro group up here. Because he doesn't have any trait to speak of. There is no influence from him towards the group, but a lot of effect from the group towards Toby Yates. So I guess that's alright. That brings Toby Yates to the team. And maybe even to the first team immediately. Why not? And in his case, we will play him as... where is it? We could try to go with advanced forward on him too. Let's just see the attributes for that. Oh, forget about that now. It wouldn't use his physicals the way I want it to be. So I think it doesn't need to be an advanced forward here. Deep lying forward is okay. And for deep lying forward, for him not to dribble more and not to shoot more often is totally fine. In fact, Well, he's a primary goal scorer though. So I think more heading maybe is okay, but we cannot instruct him to do this. Let's just leave him as he is. He will probably decide for himself. And Cloyd will be really annoyed if he's not poached by our next opponent prior to that. But who cares? We have no, you know, these are non-contract players, so in case somebody else comes up and does a better job, we might just go with them. I guess that's fine. Oh yeah, Andy Rooney. So he will probably remain in the U19 though. I want him to be trained not as a striker, but as an inverted winger out here. Yeah, I guess final third training it is. He might be a bit annoyed by this, we will see. And Michael Kelly will come in as a defensive midfielder. Well, I don't think so. He'll be more of a passer. But we can use a replacement in case our young guy gets injured or something. And this would be... I guess he will be a deep lying playmaker. Come to think of it. You think so? Is this a joke? Or is this Puget plus plus? I guess we could try that, but you're serious. Okay. But well, he might be out-muscled, yeah. I'm not sure how many of the battles though he... How do I put this? He's one to run past his marker anyway, right? So I guess you can argue that if he's capable to win more than 1% of his battles strength-wise, that would be a big plus. Sure. On the other hand, this focuses on jumping too, so I'm not... Let's see. If this goes up by a point or two, I'm fine with it. I'm not so sure if it does much for the player though. But I'm willing to try, sure. Why not? So yeah, I can agree with this, that's fine. Bring him in. Yeah, true. I want to have a look at the decision making first, because you know, trying to teach him a trait is a good thing if he absolutely needs that trait. That said, we try to retrain him as an inverted winger. So to knock the ball past the opponent means he knocks the ball towards the middle of the pitch. As an inverted winger. I'm not so sure if that's a good idea. And also it depends a bit on the decision making. I think the way it works is traits are used in particular if decision making is really bad. If decision making is better, the player will still use the trait, but will deem it more appropriate to do something else in situations where it is more appropriate. Whilst a player with decision making 1 will basically use the trait every single time because he doesn't know what to do otherwise. I think that's the logic. So depending on his decision making, that might make a lot of sense or not that much. But we need to look at him once more. Was it this guy? No, Michael Kelly is the playmaker type. It's Andy Rooney. Andy Rooney's decision making is horrible. So I guess not gonna... Yeah, it is. And his dribbling is really, really bad. So that makes a lot of sense. You are right. But in that case, given the personality... Well, let me just... let me do a prophecy here. We will tell him to knock the ball past the opponent. Where is it? There it is. So, my prophecy is, which might be totally wrong, that he will complain about too much training immediately. And we might need to take him off the strength training or even the positional training. Because he will be annoyed. That is, if we do not have a really lucky sample of a temperamental player with this media handling. Because, statistically speaking, this should be low professionalism. Very low professionalism. So he will not like this. I'm not gonna go there. Who cares? That said, mentoring groups in the U19 are a thing all of a sudden. We need to look into this too. Yet another striker. Sure, why not? And as long as they don't have any traits down there, say we have professional players down there which can be mixed with the balanced ones, they don't need to be model citizens prior to coming up. They need to be somewhat professional. But I'd rather have them all be somewhat professional than 2 or 3 really professionals. Because the 2 or 3 really professionals that didn't mentor the rest of them, they might not be the ones with the potential or the ability to make it in the first team. So I'd rather have them all with an average to good personality, if that makes sense. What's he good at? Balance, jumping reach, more or less, yes. Okay, so this might be a target forward. I think, in fact, that's probably what we're going to do. So, target forward, he has decent finishing and not much else. Decisions and composure aren't great, the rest is okay. I don't care so much about the off-the-ball movement, sure, that would be great, but he's got the physicals, more or less. His strength can improve, and it probably will. So, let's give him final third training. That might not do much there. Yeah. Here's a static target then, more or less. He's on a new deal with the club, that's great. And there we have some scouting for Zach Pike. I think we've been here. So I'm not interested in this player. And in this guy, which we offered for loan for. So he's definitely an option, yes. Alright. But, Jaron, you are totally right that we can do this for other players too. I think this might be worthwhile to look into the players and see about their traits. That said, we gotta be careful with that not to overdo it. Because most of these players will not stick around until the end of their trait training, right? They're so, you know, non-contracts and so on. It's unlikely that they will still be with the club. But it's the same as always with personnel. What happens if you don't educate them? So I guess we want to do that anyway. But there's some cost of opportunity. Because it increases the training workload and might be deducted from attribute development. I'm still annoyed by Evans' move to Pontypridd. And I hit the wrong trash can. There's 3 of these in here. Seriously. Maybe we should try to get Evans back. Because Evans was a really great personality and a young player. So he's definitely one to watch and to get back to the club if we can do it. The assistant manager? Yeah, sure. Well, I will go with the unambitious guy now. Whatever. At least he's cheap. I just want somebody to do the job in the club. I can see why, yes. Definitely. I wouldn't necessarily say that I love it in particular. But I think I'm just a person that likes to work with limited resources to a degree. There's nothing that's more annoying to me than... well, I guess I'm prone to do it myself though. I like efficiency. And efficiency can also be you have a target man that is no good at anything else, so you pepper him with crosses and it works. At least for me. We will not sign him. I don't want to get rid of this. Well, I do want to get rid of this trade, but I do not think that we can deal with it here. This is one of the hardest traits to unlearn, if I'm not mistaken. Loan move. He will be registered for the first team immediately. If there's a menu somewhere. I'm very happy to have him in. That's fantastic. He even plays midfielder. What kind of midfielder would he play? I guess Cavallero is just fine with us, or box to box. This is a fantastic option. I wasn't aware. So we will do this. Yeah. So given that you've made recommendations recently, Sharon, what do you think here? Positioning or more pace? I guess his strength's lacking too. But what's more important for him? Or maybe composure? You got any opinion on that? Positioning? No. Yeah, any okay, no. So basically we're trying to get rid of the weakest attributes. I guess the weakest attribute in his case is composure. So thought process here, yeah, probably I'll go with the composure until it reaches 6, and then I will go positioning. The strength might improve by itself, a little bit at least. He's 21. I don't know, it really depends on his general demeanor. And trade-wise, I don't think we should try anything here, because he might play as a box-to-box midfielder at some point. And given the attribute sample, look at this. Yes, okay, maybe a Cavallero it is. But he's not even that bad, passing-wise and so on. We might use him as a ball-winning midfielder at 1.2. He's not great though, and he doesn't know how to play in defensive midfield. But as an emergency option, that's not a bad idea. He might do that. Oh, somebody offered a contract to Chris Johns. Now, this is a question I'm not so sure about. Because Chris Johns is fast. But otherwise, he's... How do I put this? I think he has some areas of his game that are really rubbish, right? This is probably not about Chris Johns. Yeah, I got that. Sure, he's not a ball-winning midfielder. That's, I think so much is clear. But as I was just going on about this in my head because, well, you know, he lacks the aggression and so on. So there's some areas of his game that are definitely lacking. Also as a central defender, by the way. That strength is not good for a central defender, neither is the pace. But what can you do? On this level, that's okay, overall. He will make do. And if he doesn't, we will just replace him and whatever. But I think he's an improvement to whoever I just put on the bench. Sam Jones. Sam Jones has way better personality though, and that counts on the pitch too, to a degree. So I guess it's not like Sam Jones is responsible for anything on a negative side just yet. We'll see. But for him, I don't feel he's a viable ball-winning midfielder anytime soon. He doesn't have the strength and neither the aggression, and you know, he's not good enough. Yeah, but he doesn't have the strength either, right? So, slow horses, I guess. It's a snail's race, from that perspective. Morgan James, on the other hand, he's a really good jumper and has decent strength at least. So for our level, this is really good, right? So these are okay, and we have other options there. Luke Thomas is still available. Not that great, but he's available. And we have, where's Mr. Kirk? Shay Kirk. Shay Kirk, for some absurd reason, is the strongest of our central defenders, has decent jumping reach, not wonderful, but he's so slow. First you gotta find a forward that is that slow. That'll be really hard. Well, we have some in our own squad that are that slow. But this is a rare occasion, I feel. Yeah. Coming back to Johns. So my question here is, do we want to keep him at all? Because, well, I guess I'm not annoyed by his training just yet or whatever. And I'm not that annoyed by his personality that much. But didn't we sign somebody for this position? Rooney. But Rooney's not available just yet. Well, we might play him, sure, but he's not fit for it right now. Corey is left-footed and he's really slow, so he doesn't suit that. He doesn't fit for the position. And Nathan Giller is left-footed. He's got some acceleration but no pace, so this is not viable. He's got decent pace. He knows how to play the position to a degree. And looking at this right now, I cannot imagine that he's that much worse than Chris Johns. He is. Okay, never mind. Chris Johns is really fast. Is there somebody else? Obviously we can have a look at other players too. He's a natural in this position. He's not that fast. but he has decent dribbling and so on. We will need to wait and see. A volatile player though. Not sure if this is a good idea. We'll have to wait and see. But I'm not so sure if we want to keep Chris Johns at the club. And in his case, I do not think we need another central defender. We have enough central defenders. He has composure too. And he dives into tackles with tackling of 6. Definitely not. No way. But there's 386 players that might be interested in a transfer. So why not look at potential players for this position? Is there anyone that fits the description inverted winger? There's a 19-year-old here, right now. He's on a non-contract, so I guess we can try to offer him a trial. Maybe he's interested. And maybe they'll let him leave. Yeah, so we don't know anything about these players. But given the ages, most of these will be wingers. He, for example, though, he's right-footed. 29-year-old, sure, I know. Amateur. This looks like a pacey guy. Let's get him in. Because we might just be really lucky and this is a model citizen for some reason. Stuff like this happens. Or he might be absolutely horrible. Who knows? Let's get rid of the trial lists. Get them down to the youth team. Let's have a look at this. So at this point we know some things. I do not necessarily agree with this assessment. Oh, he's a realist though. Hard one. I don't know. This one, for example, I wouldn't have been aware of. But I am, yeah. So we had a look into this in detail, I think. He's got really great acceleration and pace is decent. I'm not so sure about the trait though. Gary Bryn. Chris Adair. I guess we can use somebody that plays there. For this kind of role, he's not too shabby. And the unambitious personality can go away. Level-headed, why not? This is alright. And I realized that we have options in the first team, but I want a replacement in the youth squad. Come on, man. Don't be an ass about it. Just sign the contract. That doesn't see you paid. James Alina trains really well for some reason. I do not know why. His rating is absurdly bad. Sure, he's 30. But his training rating is good. Mark Twos is 2, by the way. Wow. Look at this. This is the perfect star rating. And then there's Harry Martin. So, Harry trains well too. Apparently. With that balance, I guess this is fine. Let's throw these two to the bench too. Mark Twose. I will need to compare this at some point with the other strikers. But once he manages to end up in 5th or 6th spot, he will just have to leave. That said, if we compare him to Mark Twose, okay, I get it. So I guess Mark Twose is really bad. Let's compare him to the rest of the strikers. Mark Twose is worse here. He's a free agent right now. I guess Alina is not a standard that we want to compare to though. Also he's a target man. Where's Toby? What's his name? Oh, I forgot his name. Toby Yates. Look at that. I'm seriously considering releasing Mark Twose immediately. I guess he trains well. So let him stay for now. But that's a waste of resources. We need to focus our resources on those players that actually make a contribution to the squad. Our cake man has been awfully quiet today. Maybe we can wake him up by including Mr. Cake Man, whatever his name was, in the playing squad. That's an option too. Obviously, we can take our older winger. I forgot his official name, by the way. But maybe we can take the older winger and put him to the left wing, even though he doesn't know how to play there, in case it's needed. But first, we will need to go through these 2 friendlies. And within these 2 friendlies, we're trying to find some tactical, I guess, habits. Because the squad wasn't really trained well. Does anyone know, by the way, what happens within this period under normal circumstances? Is this a period where cup games happen for that cup that we got excluded from? We got thrown out of the cup due to penalties, I think, or due to 1 penalty. I can't remember, honestly. But we got excluded from the cup. And, well, we lost. But maybe there's cup matches here in regular schedule. Because this feels a bit weird for Wales. Climate-wise, there shouldn't be a problem to play football matches here. So, why not play? And I wanted to add Evans back on the shortlist, did I? Where did he go? Well, he's part of transfer history now. There's another Cloyd? Apparently there was another Cloyd. Interesting. Well, Finn Evans I want back. Absolutely. He's on an amateur contract right now. Seriously? Seriously, Finn? Why? He goes back to the shortlist immediately. We want him there. Richard Shakespeare, not so much. Sure, he was with the club and he played, but not going forward. Stephen Powell. I don't think we need him necessarily. We will find replacements there. Terry Jones. That looks... For Baldwin in midfielder, that looks good. Doesn't want to... Can we scout him? No. I will not pay 110 euros to scout him. He's a young striker that we don't need, especially with the strength of 1. And this one... He's from the Faroe Islands. Well, he's really weak. But he's got decent pace, decent technique. Dribbling might be good. It's not the worst of it. He left there, so... Physios. Yeah, we could use a physio, that's true. 4, 4, 1, 4, 3. Please tell me that this is not a professional one. Okay. Unambitious. If I can help it, I will avoid this. He's fairly sporting. He's temperamental. So I guess we will use the fairly sporting one. Not that it matters much. 70 euros. I guess we will not use the fairly sporting one. I wanted to... 60. $55, that's much better. How much physiotherapy do we need? Can we do for point less? How much do you want? You are much too expensive, so you go away. And then there's the one with 1 point physiotherapy. I guess I just want to look. How much money do you want? Okay, so 55. We will not sign him. But the other guy with 55. Not you. So I guess it must be you. No, he sits at 60. And now I just backed myself into a corner. Fantastic. So I guess he wants to be head physio, yeah, sure. Let's give him an offer for 40. And we will not give him a long contract. We might improve personnel going forward. Oh, for fuck's sake. There you go. Have 50. Chief Scout. We have a Chief Scout Edward going. Sure. So he has extensive scouting knowledge in Wales and that's it. England and Wales, that's better, but I think England is covered. This is a really nice mugshot. I want to know about the scouting coverage in England. England is due to the performance analyst. So I'd rather have a scout that brings along Scottish or one kind of Irish scouting knowledge, which is not part of the sample here. None of these is very convincing attribute wise, so we'll continue this. I don't care. He doesn't get enough coaching attention. I guess in a U19 that is full of trialists, that is not unexpected. Trains as a box-to-box, yeah, sure. He will get his attention at some point. Let him have some quickness training, why not? He reports somebody needs to take this name. I hope somebody has enough channel points at some point. Please make me rename this guy so that I do not have to pronounce this last name, because I certainly can't remember how to do it anymore. And that was taught like an hour ago. I got it open.
Jordan Llewellyn.
Llewellyn. Jordan Llewellyn. Okay. I will try to learn. Llewellyn. Whatever. So, Ryan Gibson feels his training is no longer suitable. Why? You're a Metzala, right? No, he's just unhappy with the standard of the coaching. Sure. Go away. And Gary Moody will sign for the club. That's totally fine with me. I also like the fact that they developed immediately. There's some arrows there. There's some growth to be had. I don't know if this is due to our coaching or if this is just 17-year-old natural progression, but there's some progress there. So I guess that's a plus. His aggression isn't that great, but I still think he's a ball-winning midfielder. And obviously he needs a major improvement on the physical side. That said, the rest of it is fine, more or less. I can deal with this. That's totally fine. So, I guess we train his physicals? And most importantly, probably agility and balance. Because, well... that's really bad. So we will start with this. Even though strength feels more important. But the emphasis is on fields. 4 players to go. And in case you've got any recommendations who to release from the club, that's a thing too. I'm prone to keeping more players that need it. So, in case you don't see a future for somebody in the club, please tell me. Obviously, that young striker comes to mind, but there might be other players too. So, this is about a recruitment analyst. And apparently we have a spot open for a recruitment analyst? Seriously? This is weird. But sure. Stuff, where is this? Yeah, apparently we can have a recruitment analyst. So what's the job of a recruitment analyst? He does a... yeah, he's just another type of scout. If you want to see it that way. He basically offers statistics, if I'm not mistaken, which is really interesting. So, starting with the worst of them. Kieran Hughes. He doesn't look great, but personality is good. Owen Guy. He is an interesting guy. What's this wage-wise? That's too expensive. That's too expensive, so I guess we go with the professional one who is really bad. Please tell me you don't want money. He wants less. Okay, so I guess we can do something like this and hope for the best. And now I'm willing to spend 50 euros on a performance analyst that isn't great. That said, whatever. Let's get him in. I just want somebody in that role for 1 year. Want to see what it does, and then we will come back to it. The director of football is a position that I'm not that fond of anyway. And they all have scouting knowledge in the Wales, and that's it. Yeah, I'll go with this one. We just need him to offload. Fantastic. Really fantastic wage-wise. This is great. Sure. Get your 30. Whatever. Fitness. Ooh. Did you see this? His fitness coaching is horrible, just as everyone else's. But that determination and level of discipline is unheard of. Within our coaching department, this is probably the best coach we have. Also, he's got horrible personality, but who cares? He will probably throw the weights in the fitness room from time to time. Let me have a look. So this is determination 10, level of discipline is 20 for some reason. Even though he's temperamental, I don't know how this works. And fitness is 2. This, which results in strength and fitness coaching of 1.5 stars. He just needs 1 additional point in fitness coaching and he immediately goes up to 2-star coaching. We will sign this guy. Because fitness coaching is no good. If Mr. Rancic does it himself, he's horrible at it. Sure, we will pay you the 50, whatever. Now we spent some money on the staff, so we will need to see how the impact is until the end of the season. And assuming we are still in this job at the end of the season, we will need to find better staff or cheaper staff. Depends a bit. But so far we have decent amounts of money in the club, so we might as well spend 10k on this season. Doesn't matter much. And I didn't calculate this in my head just yet. We need to find out later on how much it is that we spend on the staff as well as the playing staff. So we can't just do it statistically too. As a heuristic, I guess. I'm not sure what the word is in English. In German it's heuristic. Let me have a look. Somebody wants Harry Martin. Again. We just offered him a new contract. Ugh. Go away. I guess he can have less money. There you go, 5 euros more, have fun with it. Morgan Owen is back after sustaining injury. He's not that great at anything. So for some reason he trains as a wingback on support duty. I don't feel this. This is probably better. And I guess he can have training on his stamina or something. The crossing of one is barely worth mentioning. but I guess we can try to improve that. That said, he's 27. And with this picture, so I realized that this is a real person. But this picture looks like one of the opponents had his hands on his ears. I'm sorry to say this, but this is just so obvious. Looking at this. Yeah. Okay, so the German heuristic, by the way, translates to heuristics. So I guess that's not that far off. Oh. Do any of you know if match experience for positions that are not natural just yet, so for, I guess, positional training, does also count in friendlies? Because I think I remember that match experience in friendlies is not a thing overall, but I don't know if they get experience for playing the position. Maybe they do. He left us. Yeah, I'm somewhat sorry to see this. Oh, forget about it, I will hire him anyway. In case he wants to come in as a youngster, that is. No, no money for you. And we will just try to get rid of the trade if we can help it. It might not work though, and I will be really annoyed to have him. There you go, no money for you. This is not our game. Okay. Do we want anyone out of the U19 to be in the first team? Right now? I guess Gibson, Moody, Rooney and Giller? Gibson, Moody, Rooney and Giller. Alright. Let's try to do this. And there's Gibson. There we go. So they will not be available for the youth team. Doesn't matter though. They might make an appearance in the first team. Sure, we have a lot of strikers in here, so I guess we don't need all of them. But we will just play them wherever. Get some sharpness into them. It's a friendly after all, right? Is there anything in particular that we know about Western Supermare? They... this looks like attacking role or wingback or something. These look like more of defensive roles, but we will see in match. And with these... Well, we have some know-how about them, by the way. He's... James Few is interesting. Not too bad. So, he's right-footed only, though. James Smith runs with ball through center. That's not bad. Yes, he's not that pacey, but he's a dribbler. Overall, I like this. He knocks the ball past the opponent with a pace of 6. Okay. We will see where this goes. Luckily this is only a friendly, so is there anyone that has a problem with that? No. Hopefully no injuries. Sure, the passing is a good option. Mr. K Grenade likes the fact that he his instruction is run wide with ball. Yeah. Hold up ball is a good... Oh, that's his personal instruction though, is it? 30 fields is a good instruction. Okay. And Morgan Chains loves the fact that he plays as a central defender. Alright. I guess this is a positive. Usually we had players that were somewhat annoyed with their roles or something. No 4-2-2 right now, but a 4-2-3-1. That's fine. Let's go to the dressing room. So this is a friendly, it's an away game and against a stronger opponent, right? Or I don't know, Western Supermare, at least I consider it to be a stronger opponent. Yeah. So we will try to ease the pressure. I guess that might have been too much. And given these players, Masaru is balanced. So no reaction. Jamie Roberts is fairly pro and I think he has decent pressure if I'm not mistaken. At least that's what we saw last time out. So I guess I will try to expect a performance again. No reaction. I don't think this is worth it. Forget about it. We'll just try to encourage everyone and then we will see where it goes. Okay, some positive reactions at least. I'm still trying to figure out how individual talks can be adapted to the specific players. That's a nice stadium, by the way. And obviously we play in yellow and black. So there's some short passing going on, not much to tell so far. Mueza. And there's a long ball towards Roberts. If this is all that they can offer, we might just win this. Free kick by Jenkins. James, and it's over. First chance of the game. 5 minutes into the game and it's on our side. Slade with a long kick. That ends up with Taylor. That's not good. Not good at all, but it was well defended. At least the first one was. Taylor again, and Felstead. Johns wins the duel. Decent pass towards Yates. Pass towards Johns. Apparently the role as a deep lying forward suits him just fine. At least in this situation. Johns. McIver. Oh. Interesting choice as a crossing target. I guess that counts as a finish. Not too bad. And we face a long shot. If this is all that they can offer, we can be happy. Alright. Friendly or no friendly. We don't know about them yet though. But so far, it feels like this is well defended. Martin, McDowell, Feldstedt. With a long ball towards Yates. Did we... We included play out of defense last time out, right? Because I do not want those long balls. Long ball again. Why? I'll also try to encourage the squad. This is somewhat interesting. So I guess there's natural markers for these two positions against Musea and Oldling. What kinds of players are they? Musea isn't that strong. Sorry, Anthony, but he's not a brave player either. He's not a good passer. So I guess Musea is one to close down hard. Let's do this. So close down Musea in a hard way. And with Oldling, he's even worse. Well, he's strong and so on. So this is a really great defensive midfielder. As a ball winner. But not much else. So closing him down might just get on his nerves, I guess. So close down both. Oh. Yeah. Trigger the press on both of them. And in case of Musea, we might also go with hard tackles. Phew. Yet another long shot. That one was more risky though. Look at that pushing up. McDowell. Feldstedt. And yet another long ball. Jenkins, Martin. Mr. Kick Grenade. McIver. McIver. Will he find a pass? He finds a long shot. Okay. Free kick. Well intercepted by Johns. I think I will reconsider his fate. At least for now. Johns. McDowell. Jenkins. McDowell. Ah, loses the ball. Well done with the tackle by Few, by the way. He's around it. That's the attacking midfielder. He's all over the place. In a positive way. He contributes to play a lot. At least for now. Yates. McIver. Yates. Jenkins. Martin. Not a good pass. Wings wide open. Feldstedt intercepts that pass. And Jones. Nice one. Long ball. Not a great one. Weza. Well, we closed him down, but not fast enough. And that's... Oh! That nearly crossed the line. Mr. Cake Grenade. Will he find a passing option? Yes, he does. It's James, though. Jenkins. Jones. Nice long ball by Jones towards Mr. Cake Grenade. Yates and McIver again. Littlewood. The finishes could be better. I'm not sure if we do ourselves a favor with the deep lying forward up there. He includes the midfield a lot, which is great. So overall I'm a fan of the approach, but I'm not so sure if it works in this team. We would need a decent finisher in midfield. We might get one though. It's not like this is absolutely impossible. Jenkins, McIver, nice ball. John. Well, he was offside, but just wide. That was a really bad header. On the other hand, he managed to hit the ball with his head, so I guess that's a plus. Jenkins, not one for Yates this time. Taylor. There's so many Johns and Jones here. At least it feels like this. Mr. Cake Grenade wins the ball. Will Jenkins win the duel? Nope. Not right now, and this should be offside. And it is. A bit late, but it is. Jones again. Waters. Wizard. Jones. Thomas. Few. So, Mr. Few had a few chances. Is there anything we can do about this? He's got really great physicals for a midfielder. At least on this level. He's not that bad. His finishing and long shots aren't that great. And he's right-footed only. I think we instructed them to show him to the weaker foot though. Yeah, we did. So... trigger a press on him once the ball is played. Yeah, I guess. But... they will probably do that anyway. What's interesting to me is that we stand a chance. I thought this was one of these games where we go down immediately. Just because I'm familiar with Western Supermare as a club, I think. On the other hand, this is a club in, I don't know, 5th or 6th league in England. Oh, nice run by Jones. Really nice run by Jones. Really. And not a great finish. Reminds me of... Jones here is fast enough but complacent. And Cole. There we go. This is what I just saw. So, it took me 40 minutes to realize that this is a central defender and not a fullback. This guy is really slow. So let's do this. We need to exploit the right defensive side, so this is focusing down the left. And I guess we can pass into space. I'm not sure if this is overall a good idea, but they push up a lot on the pitch. Like really high. Mr. Cake Grenade with yet another bad cross. McIver, nice pass. Jones. Corner. We get a corner. It would be nice, by the way, if these menus would be separated. The tactics menu and the shouts menu. I want to do the shouting after giving tactical instructions. And this is not possible. So that's an improvement that I would like to see in Football Manager. It feels weird to me. Now we cannot do the shout. Well, we will do the shout with the next break. Jenkins. That might be offside. Johns. Yes, it is. So, now I feel like we need to win this? I'm not so sure. It's not like this is bad, right? So I guess I'm happy with the performance so far. No yellow cards either. He can do a bit more. But it's his first game for the team, so... And most of the players on the bench are anxious, for some reason. They have made substitutions, so I guess we need to look at that. They took a few? Okay. Interesting. So... given that this is a friendly, we can be happy that Cole is still on the pitch, I guess. They made a lot of substitutions, did they? Yeah, they substituted half their squad. Cool. Carl Richards is... He's a left defender, though. Does not dive into tackles? Sure, with that tackling, why not? In fact, I feel like this is an interesting option. He's just slightly overpaid for our level, but I like the personality and so on. I'm not sure what to do about him, though. I guess we could close him down, but he's not that bad with passing, so it might not be worth the effort. Mr. Weir. He's a bit on the weak side, but not one to exploit. He was on the pitch last time out. Stacey Colbert. So yeah, a lot of young players in their squad, by the way. I guess his passing is fine. Not sure what to do about him either. He's not that threatening. Or if he is, I don't realize it. Mr. Farber comes deep to get ball, which is a weird move to possess for a winger with bad crossing. His passing is a bit better, but not on the left foot, so I guess we will show him to the weaker foot if we can help it. He's either footed, comes deep to get ball too. He's got really good passing. That's an interesting player. Obviously a playmaker type. Even though he's considered a striker. A really good flair. His off the ball movement isn't that great, but considering our marking, I wouldn't sweat it. Decent dribbling. He's dangerous more or less. His bravery is low though. So I guess we take the yellow cards in the free kick situations and hope for the best. And trigger the press on him too. Costias isn't manager said so he's to blame. And this is... He's got really good off the ball movement, so no tight marking at all. Moves into channels and so on. Trigger the press on him and elbow to the face. I hope this is the way Explosive Birthday Cake wants me to do this. Trying to look at the tablet more often and... well, in this case, there's not much to see there, I feel. There's no exhausted players or something like this. Roberts, Yates, whatever that was by Mr. Yates. But we're, at least it seems like we're well in control of the game so far. Martin. I feel like this is a problem though. You see this? McIver as well as Jenkins, they do not drop off that much. So we try to play out of defense, but it basically ends up with the defensive midfielder And afterwards, they are too high up on the pitch. No. They are not well, they are passing options. They go wide. So, seen from that perspective, that's okay. But he should be here. And for him, I would want him to be here. If that makes sense. So the off-the-ball movement doesn't seem that great. Is this something that we can confirm? His off-the-ball movement is 6. And his off-the-ball movement is 4. I guess that counts as confirmed. And there we have a long ball towards Johns, which is right the tactical instruction we gave them. Jenkins, oh come on, seriously, it hit the post. It hit the post. But this worked fine. They played down the left, and it was a pass into space. Just as instructed. Feldstedt. Another long ball towards Johns. Another run. Another time. He skips past his marker. McDowell. McIver. That's over. And they substituted another player. Cole is still on the pitch though. So that's okay. I don't even feel like Yates has that calm of a game, but I guess we can substitute him at some point. Jenkins. Doesn't end up with James. Jenkins again. Nice cross towards Johns. Nope. Not this time. Alright. So this is a friendly after all. I guess James can come off. Even though he had a decent game. On the other hand, this is more or less our first team. So they need to be match fit. Toby Yates doesn't do that well though. Is there anyone we feel that needs match practice right now? I guess we could start with Owen. How's his anticipation? Not much better. It's a friendly. We need to rotate. I'm overthinking this. So we need to rotate a little bit. And we need to rotate just for the simple reason that we want to spread match sharpness. That's all there is to it, really. So I guess Cloyd makes an appearance in his role as an advanced forward. And what's available on the bench? Gary Moody is one of the young ones. He's a defensive midfielder, so why not use him there? So he can come on for Martin, even though Martin did nothing wrong. Rooney, I want for Johns at this point. He has no idea how to play this role, so he might as well be taught. Ryan Gibson is a central midfielder that is more or less a Metzala or a playmaker, but I'd rather have him as a Metzala. So I guess this role changes now. He will be a Metzala. Where is it? That shoots less often, crosses less often, and takes less risks. The shoot less often, yeah, I can see. Less risks. I think his vision isn't that great, so I guess that's okay. And cross less often is a no-brainer for midfielders. They usually don't have good crossing. Also, there's nobody to cross towards, so I guess that's okay. Who else? Is there anybody left-footed here? I guess Ned Brotherton can make an appearance for Mr. Cake Grenade. There's not much to tell about his performance so far. On attack duty though? No, that doesn't feel right. He's more of a supporting guy. Morgan Owen just returned from injury. I feel like we can spare him for the last 10 minutes or something. Luke Thomas would be an idea for, I guess, James, because Feldstedt needs more match practice given his sharpness right now. We can put Coleman on in goal, because Massaro is not match fit yet, but he just returned from injury. Shea Kirkard and Phil is really needed. Elena, neither. Sam Jones might make an appearance though. Yeah, so forget about the argument for Feldstedt. He will have another friendly. Toes and McHugh are strikers, and Giller is a striker too. He's left-footed. So, but we substituted all three up here. Who didn't we substitute? The playmaker and the right wing back. The right wing back would be replaced by Morgan Owen. And the playmaker we just don't have. So I guess we need a playmaker for the first team. Let's see if they can make an impact. Who knows? Where Val is this prior to the... No, this is after they get substituted, right? McIver is still on the pitch. Everybody else gets substituted. Colbert. Weir. Colbert. Will this end up as a cross in the end? It does. Odling. Littlewood. Oh, Coleman. Interesting way to introduce yourself. So let's encourage the entire squad. Brotherton intercepted that ball. Will he find a passing option? Yes. McIver towards Brotherton again. I don't know what kind of ball control that was, but it wasn't that great. Thomas, Roberts. Long ball by Roberts towards Cloyd. Offside. Well, we've been lucky. We specifically instructed them to... Yeah, that's a problem. So I got that... somebody taught me last time out. I'm sorry, I forgot who it was. But they need to drop off more in these situations. And we need to include this in the general tactic too. They need to drop off more. To... Not to push up that much. For some reason this is included in the standard engine, basically. Who's Smith? Smith is a central defender. Finally, by the way, they changed whoever that is. So passing into space will not work anymore. I guess we remove this. That said, overall it feels like we can be happy with the performance so far. We had much better chances. Moody, Roberts, passes back to Moody, back towards Roberts. Will this be a long shot? Nope. Yes, it will be. Long shot by Moody. Why not? Given the circumstances. McIver towards Thomas. Will he pick this up? Yes, he will. Loses the ball against Mr. Sunday. And that's with Brotherton, who is... I don't know why he is back there. We need to have a look into set pieces again. Rooney, Floyd. That was blocked. I will encourage them once more. It worked previously. Most of the squad is happy with this. They can do this. We can have a win here. Roberts Nothing. Wilds. Roberts. 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 Oh. And now with the shot. He should have taken the shot the first time, I think. That pass was a nice idea though. Gibson. Roberts. And another corner. McIver has a decent game. Strictly due to the passing, I think. Cloyd, not so much. So both strikers today didn't have a great game. Brotherton. Not a chance for Jones. McIver. Rooney taps it in. I guess long shots work too? These arrows, by the way, are wonderful. I just noticed this. So, if you want to come in, apparently you end up in the fence, and if you want to go out, then you can go. I have no idea what this implies. Somebody must explain that to me at some point. McIver hits the post, and Rooney's just there to tap it in. I don't think it would have crossed the line otherwise, so that's okay. Rooney with an instant impact. In a friendly, but still. Faber, Smith. Faber. And that's a really bad pass. Coleman with the ball. Coleman with a long kick for some reason. Richards. Cole. I think Coleman wasn't specifically instructed not to do this. He is really fast. McFadden. Oh, come on. So we concede a goal on the counter. It's been disallowed. Okay. Let's see. Oh yeah, sure. He was in front of the ball. So I guess that's okay. But that was really close. They basically, that was done by them. That's not bad. Moody, Rooney. Rooney finds the long ball towards Cloyd. Cloyd is not a runner. It's so weird to have an advanced forward that doesn't know how to run with the ball. If he knew how to run with the ball, well, if he were to be more pacey, that is. He knows how to run, he knows how to dribble, he's just no good at it. Cloyd, Brotherton. Take the penetrating pass, man. Moody, McIver. Rooney. Rooney with another shot, even though it was offside. And I wanted to include Owen. It's a bit late now. But he have another 5 minutes. And for McIver, is there somebody that has decent passing? Nope. Nope. Definitely not. I guess 6 points of passing count. I guess 6 points of passing count. So McIver can come off. If only to reduce the risk of an injury in the last few minutes. Two minutes to go. I think we can waste a bit more time here. Keep hold of the ball. Owen, Cloyd. Nice cross by Cloyd towards Rooney. Will Gibson. Gibson manages to win the ball. Rooney. And Wiles. So hopefully that will be a nice experience for Rooney. Maybe he agrees to doing that positional training going forward. Given that he just succeeded with it. Thomas, Brotherton. Interesting lob. Gibson, Cloyd, Gibson, Rooney. Nice idea. Wilds. Not a bad cross. There's nobody to pick it up though. Brotherton. 1.5 minutes to go. Jones. Gibson. No good. That's interesting, and Jones with the safety option. So we face another corner. Velis, not a problem for Wilds. Just slams it out of the penalty area. I guess we can praise the squad. Wilds, Rooney, Gibson. Rooney. Nice long ball by Rooney. He really wants to add an assist. And Cloyd goes down in the penalty area, but apparently this is not a penalty. Rooney has a good performance. Cloyd. And it's yet another offside. Faber. Owen. Faber. Long shot. That's it. Game's over. That's it. We got this. Is this deserved? Would you say this counts as deserved? I think so. So, seen from that perspective, maybe the result is even a bit low. We could have scored a second. But who cares? We won. The friendly. So, Weston-super-Mare can go back to wherever they belong. Well, I guess to Weston-super-Mare. Because that's the name of the location, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, fly back seagulls. That said, I like the colorful attitude of Weston-super-Mare a lot. This is one of the clubs I managed like 8 years ago in Football Manager. At least it feels like 8 or 10 years. And but at that time they had their kids included. I don't know what's happening here. There should be a sponsor. I don't know. Let me Google that. Oh. Well, I'm not sure if this is right now, but it seems like they are sponsored by McDonald's. So, no idea. Apparently they like fast food. Cool. So, do we have time for another match? Why not? I feel like I'm in the mood, and we can do another 7 days, right? But first of all, we need to get rid of the pre-roll ads, so I guess this is yet another 3-minute break. Sorry to break it to you, break. I'll be back in 3 minutes. that should be it. I'm not so sure. The Twitch overlay is a bit weird. Sometimes it hangs up, I feel, and I don't know. Usually there's a timer for this kind of stuff. But yeah, not sure if it worked, but pre-rollouts apparently are off, so I guess it worked. Cool. So we have another hour. All right. Chris Johns had a decent game, but not as good as the other guy. What's his name? Andy Rooney. He made an instant impact. Without his strength though. So I guess that's okay. 32 trials finish. There's a limit of 30 for the club, so I guess somehow we got rid of that limit. However we did that. There's a serious topic to be debated, by the way. So we need an image for the thumbnails on YouTube. And you know, clickbaity stuff on YouTube is rather hard to achieve. Also, there's the problem with copyright. So it needs to be, you know, an image that is somehow not copyright protected. So that means Creative Commons or, you know, another similar license, something of Unsplash or something. And there's basically two pictures that might be possible, because they are Wikimedia Commons pictures, maybe free. I will just link those to you. If I can. So, I want opinions on this. What do you think is a good base picture for Taffs Well for YouTube? And I think all three of those are, at least I think they are, Taffs Well. No, forget about the last one. So forget about the last one. The last one is not Taffs Well, the last one is somewhere else. I just... I cannot remove this, can I? There should be some management here to remove this. I cannot remove my own message. Great. Yeah, forget about the last one. But the first two options would be available for YouTube thumbnails. So in case you have an opinion on that, let me know. Cause that stand is somehow, I don't know. It's not that characteristic. Neither is the gate though. Somebody wants to sign toes. For some reason. I guess we will let him go. Eli Rangers. Yeah, sure, why not? Take him. I will carry him out of the club myself. Oh, we have an assistant manager. So this means that we can have a look at scouts. Right? we can have a look and see if we can find anyone that has scouting knowledge in Scotland or one of the Irelands. Probably both Northern Irish as well as Irish people will burn me at the stake now. Somebody made an offer for Morgan James. He's still under contract. And we gave him another contract offer. Hopefully we can keep him. Otherwise, yeah, that'll be a big loss. Morgan James is a good player. And we just can't give him decent contracts. I would love to give them decent contracts, but I can't. 5.9. This is no good, Paul. This is no good. You gotta do better. Apparently no opinions on the thumbnails. Okay. So in that case, maybe I'll pick something entirely different. Or I'll do the gate. Because at least the gate... Well, the gate says this is Taffs Well. That's for sure. It doesn't say football though. But whatever. Yeah, I wanted to do stuff. So now that we have somebody that pre-selects the stuff that's available to us, maybe we can find stuff that fits our description. So say we are looking for somebody that is Scottish. Oh, sure. There we go. Nobody has Scottish nationality. I think we can also go with scouting knowledge somewhere. Where is it? Scouting world knowledge is at least... Okay, now we can get this down, right? We want a specific country. There's not a single person that we know of that would be willing to come into the club and work as as anyone for us that has scouting knowledge in Scotland, so no use trying. We have no idea. Iceland is not Ireland. We have Northern Ireland, nobody available. And where's the normal Ireland? Yeah, that's true. Ireland is part of Europe. England, not so much. Okay. So, that's it. Not a chance. We can go with... No, there's the small countries. So, obviously the goal is to increase scouting knowledge with the new stuff. Or whatever their attributes. But we don't need a scout that has additional knowledge in Wales, for example. It doesn't serve any purpose. And if it does, it's more about the quality of the scouting and not so much about the player count, right? And I entirely forgot. I will go back into this menu in a second. There's a rule here, and this rule says where is it? Overseas and the Overseas Territories Act. So this is, yeah, you cannot see this. It's a tool. So I'm just gonna open this in the image editor for a second so I can remember the nations, and we will go through these and see if we have a scout available that brings along scouting knowledge in one of these tiny nations. And I guess that's the right description. Anguilla, Bermuda, and so on. That said, I have no idea where these are, so I guess we're up for a challenge. Anguilla is not in here. Bermuda, British Virgin Islands. None of these is in Africa. Caymans, not in Africa. Gibraltar is in Europe for sure. Montserrat is not in here either. And Turks and Caicos Islands, I have no idea where that is. Not in here though, so none of it is in Africa. Asia. Anguilla, nope. Bermuda, nope. British Virgin Islands, I have no idea where they are, seriously. Is this all in Europe? It isn't. Well, there's the British Virgin Islands in Northern America, so we go with these. Nobody. Fine. No, absolutely nobody. Gibraltar is in Europe for sure. Nope. Cayman Islands, I have no idea where they are. Not in here. Caymans. I guess they are not included. Cool, okay. The British Virgin Islands we had, Bermuda. There's Bermuda. I just had it. Nobody with scouting knowledge of that either. There's none in here. Turks and Caicos Islands. Caicos Islands, I guess. Yeah, I don't know about that though. So there's no scout that would enable us, or none that we know of. No personnel that we know of that would enable us to increase scouting knowledge right now. In other words, we can sign whatever as a scout. Well, in case we find one that has scouting knowledge somewhere outside. Is that correct? So let's look for scouts. There's a whopping 13 people. I should have done it the other way. Wales. Wales. I don't know how you are. Wales. Wales and England, so I guess that's a plus. Wales. Wales. Yeah, we know half of these, right? That's interesting hair. Okay. Yeah, so no difference to speak of. I guess we go with the one with the best judging player ability and that's it. Which is the guy with the purple hair. Oh, okay, why not? So, that's a rather colorful attitude. €6 a week. I'm not sure if we can pay that. Sorry, sir, but you gotta do with 5. Come on, you will do it. Okay, you won't. Fine, take the €6. And we might as well have a chief scout available. Where's the one with the knowledge in England? Sean Moss. Nope. There was somebody that had knowledge in England. And I feel like in case we lose the performance analyst, that's the one. So in case we lose the performance analyst, that might be worthwhile, because the performance analyst right now is the only... Oh, he wants 60 though. Nah, that's too expensive. Let's give the job to him. You can be chief scout if you want. And I will even offer you 8 euros. Fantastic. Great having this talk with you. So much for scouting. Obviously we will change this on the fly, if we can help it. In case there's somebody else comes around and offers their services. And I feel like we can do something else. So there was no scouting stuff. Yeah, I guess you can come in, no problem. But the other player stuff is interesting. This is the wrong menu. Here we go. So let's get back to Annie here, just for a second. And let's go back to scouting. Word knowledge is at least nominal. Oh no, we cannot do. Well, we can look at it the other way. Nationality is not Welsh. There's a whopping 11 people known to us that are not Welsh. Let's see where they come from. He's English. He's not a great fitness coach. He's English. We will probably have 11 people from England in here, will we? They are all English, are they? I guess there's some sense to this, because this is the only scouting knowledge that we have. Yeah. They are all Englishmen. Okay. So I guess that settles it. We might have youth intake from England from time to time. Great having this talk. Fantastic. So he comes in, goes to the U19, which is totally fine. We will train him to be a wingback on defend duty, just like everyone else. Is that a problem for him? I don't think so. In fact, his biggest weakness is off the ball movement, which is not that important. I'd rather have him train technique, first touch and dribbling in this situation. But overall, this looks like a well-rounded sample of attributes, with the exception of crossing and dribbling and the first touch. Well, and the off the ball movement, obviously. So I guess ball control training it is. And if he develops a little bit, there's no reason not to play him in the first team from time to time. And we've got a head physio. Come in, sir. You are really expensive. This is about Cinderford Town. We don't know anything about those other than they should be weaker than us. I think that's a fair assessment at this point. So maybe we can go with the positive formation next time out. Or was it attacking? I don't know. We had another formation. Maybe we can do that. Feels like everybody's asleep or lurking at this point. Probably asleep. It's been a long week. Recommend assigning, sir. Sure. Do we still have a spot for a coach though? Thanks for keeping me company. Seriously. At one point, streaming into the void feels a bit lonely. Yeah, so I want to find out though. There's no open spots available. We need another coaching spot. So I guess this ad is unnecessary. That sounds... So, pommes, by the way, is in English is fries, if I'm not mistaken. French fries. At least in British English, I think it's called that way. Or is it chips? I always forget. I think it's French fries, right? Yeah, it's French fries. Alright, and I think gyros is the same, right? Yeah, gyros is the same. Sounds like a healthy meal. And if you did not hear the irony in that statement, well, I don't know, probably I should try to be more sarcastic. This is interesting as a coach. Oh, never mind. There was salad with it, that's the optimal excuse. Yeah. So, I guess she would allow me to. My girlfriend always tells me that French fries are baked sun rays, and that this is very healthy. So I guess I like potatoes myself. So why not like fries? In any case, this is interesting, because this is 38 points, motivating discipline and determination. That's a really good overall coach, even though his coaching attributes are absurdly bad. Let me slap this into the calculator just for a second. Yeah, that'll be over pretty soon, if I can help it. Defending, fitness, mental, tactical and technical. There we go. So that's 1, 3, 'Determination' is 18, this is 18, and this is 2. That makes him a 1.5 to 2-star coach in basically everything. Who could have guessed, right? This looks like absolute rubbish. So I guess for yet an additional coach, this guy would be just fine. He could take up a 2-star coaching in one of his better categories with us. Probably for cheap too. Oh. Sure. I guess that's something that we can do. He's a decent fitness coach though. So why not let him take the fitness coaching? Yeah, but didn't we sign a fitness coach just yet? Right in this instant? I'm confused. No, we didn't. We signed a physio and a head physio. We don't have a fitness coach, so I guess we can be happy that the assistant manager knows how to do fitness coaching. Great training, mister. Great training. Who are you? Oh, this is the defensive midfielder. Okay. Did he leave? Yes, he did leave. So I guess this is the end of Chris Johns. Goodbye, sir. Thanks for playing for the club for 1 year. We had him for 2 matches. And now we really need an inverted winger on the left wing. Not a great situation to be in. He doesn't want to come in. He's not that pacey. He's not that great. He's a regular winger. Not that it matters much. I guess we could play an old guy, but the stamina 1 to 4 is slightly concerning. No. No way. Do we really need to play Andy Rooney immediately in a position that he doesn't know how to play? Is there anyone that can play out there in this squad? I guess the squad planner might tell us. Alex McCory. Yeah, no. We will not play him as a winger or inverted winger or whatever. Chris Wallace. We just had him. Definitely not. Mark Cassidy. I guess that's better. He's not that fast. He has decent dribbling though. That's not too bad. Problem is he's more of a wingback. With tackling too. Say we play with a typical winger. I don't want to play with a typical winger though. But he's not horrible. Craig Henderson. Wait, I think we just had a look at... No. I remember Greg Henderson. He was with you the Hawk Dolls and finally got released. He didn't develop much. Also, he's left-footed, so yeah, I don't know. He's homegrown, okay. Liam Quinn. Don't think so. And Gavin Trainer. I guess that's okay. So out of the entire sample, the problem is his mentals are really bad. Also his long shots, but whatever. Forget about the long shots. He will not score. Okay, that happens. Are we really willing to sign a Northern Irish guy out of the blue? For this? It's not like there's anyone else available there. So I guess we need somebody to play there. And this means that we will make an emergency signing immediately. Yeah, sure. You don't need money, man. Perfect. So... what we can also do is go one league up. Here. And... sure. I guess this costs money. But... oh, there's only one scout available. Yeah, that makes sense. We cannot select a scout because, well, it will just pick anyone. So, or one scout. Maybe we can get some loan recommendations with their clubs. If there aren't any, well, whatever. And is there a level of league that makes sense to have lone players for us? Is there a league that we know of? Most importantly, that we have scouting knowledge. So where do we have knowledge so far? Well, that's an easy one, I guess. So we can have a look in Sweden, but there's a problem with the work permit. Same with Italy and Serbia. So we would need to find English players there, and this is why we went to Jytterhogdal's IK in the first place, to have a look there and to poach Coleman or whatever his name is for the goalkeeping position. Because really we are looking for a highly specific profile. Somebody that plays in the remainder of Europe that has English or Welsh or Northern Irish or whatever nationality. There's not that many players that fit that description. So I guess we can get rid of this. But all the nationalities in here are English or Welsh, aren't they? There's not a single Swedish player in here or something like this. Because they wouldn't be interested in signing with us if they were to be in here. This is not a short list, this is just general scouting. We cannot even here pay the, well, we might pay the surrounding divisions, obviously, but I don't think it's viable. Recruitment focus is hard to determine right now. I guess we could go with an inverted winger out here, but we have two options there, well, 1.5. Hard to say. I guess impressing is a bit much, but I feel like, contrary to what the star rating here suggests, Aaron McIver had decent performances so far. I don't know why that is though. So it might be due to the personality. He scored, not in a friendly, but in a match against Goitre United. And, well, he had the assist in a way, because he hit the goal post with his long shot in the game against Western Supermare. His passing overall is decent. There's not that many matches played just yet, so this is not. Yes, I think yes, but it's hard to determine really, because Jones played most of the game. Rooney came in late. Yes, Rooney tapped that goal in, so sure, he scored, but I wouldn't want to overstate that by one single scene, right? That's a bit of a weird thing. Also, you are in good company here to obsess about an inverted winger on the left wing going for the future. Just putting that out there immediately. You can have some sort of self-helping group with explosive birthday cake and Puget, because it was basically the same. No, not the same, but similar position at least. That said, I feel like you have a point about him. He's fast enough to make an impact in this league. He can be a really dangerous option, but we really need to wait and see if he if his potential will be realized. Because he might not realize the potential due to personality. And remember, he's got a trait. So mentoring unit is not a thing for him. Well, we might include him in a wingers mentoring group, maybe. Oof, yeah, not that one though. Definitely not that one. Who's missing here? This mentoring group is not that important. So say we have a winger. Mentoring group or an inverted winger mentoring group. Would we get that filled? I'm obsessing about traits now. So say Rooney is in that group. Mr. Cake Grenade is in that group because there's no effect from the group immediately. He runs with ball down the right. Is this something we want on Andy Rooney? I guess it doesn't hurt. In case he plays on the right wing, that's not a big problem. Oh, he's not. He doesn't get influence because he's not part of the first team yet. So we can resolve that immediately though. Let's bring him up, right? Now he should be in the senior squad. Where's Rooney? Here he is. And now we need somebody that runs with the ball down the right and likes the ball played into the feet. Does anyone come to mind? Well, nope. Not really. Elena definitely not. Cloyd definitely not. He does not move into channels, I don't want him in there. And Nathan Giller, he shouldn't run down the right, so this is not a good trait for him to possess. We can argue that Jamie Roberts is somebody that would benefit from this trait, but he's our general mentor for fairly pro. I don't necessarily want him to be that way. McIver is a midfielder, so I'm thinking a right wing back would be okay too, right? In this group. But I guess Morgan Owen. But he can also play as a midfielder, so that's not a good choice. We signed somebody in this. This is the one. He can go up. We need a replacement for wingback on the right side anyway, and I don't think Owen will play much. So we put him into the mentoring group here, if I can find it. Where is it? Chris, was it a dare? Oh, yeah, we need to skip 1 day forward, or 1 hour or whatever. The argument can be made that the strength training for Rooney is probably not the most important thing. I don't have a strong opinion on this. I really don't. But given 1 point in pace, he might outrun most of the league. So maybe giving him more pace is a good idea. I'm not sure though. Just imagine he had pace 12 or 13. That would be 1 or 2 points more. That should be perfectly fine to outrun most of the league. On the other hand, a similar argument can be made about work rate or whatever, right? To keep that up on a consistent basis. Yeah, that's true, we did. So, mentoring group, let's complete this one. Yeah, so Rooney would have a nice influence from Mr. Cake Grenade, who is fairly determined, and we'd rather not have him keep that temperamental attitude. So if we include Chris Adair in here, look at that. Chris Adair is unambitious himself, so he needs some mentoring anyway. So in the end, all of these would knock the ball past the opponent, run with the ball down the right, in case Rooney ever learns that trait, that is, and they would prefer to like the ball played into their feet. None of them is tall, so that makes sense. They all have decent pace, I think. Well, Adair doesn't, but for him, pace 8 and acceleration 7 as a 17-year-old, knocking the ball past the opponent and running with the ball down right might suit him anyway. It's not the worst of traits for him to be had, and personality-wise, this will shape them all towards Mr. Cake Grenade, who might just be okay. His personality isn't that great, is it? Because he's fairly determined. 16 points of determination, yep. And media friendly, so that's middle of the road at best. Yeah, that's middle of the road or below average personality wise. At least we expect so much. Still better than these two though, because, well, in his case it's only about the ambition. I think the rest of his personality might be okay. We don't know, but Rooney's personality is horrible. At least that's what we expect. On average, it's really bad, and it might be really down below. Like 3 points of every single hidden attribute or something. So I guess that's a plus. Recruitment analyst coming in, sure. For that amount of money, I'm not sure this is worth it. But we're talking 2,500 euros over a season, more or less. I guess we can afford that. So, is there anyone that you guys are excited about in this squad? Is there anyone that impressed you? If I can give that question back. I'm not a person to be impressed much anyway. But, you know, there have been fan favorites previously in other clubs that do not want to be mentioned at this point. Cinderford Town, so this is a non-league club, if I'm not entirely wrong about it. There shouldn't be quality player material in there. We should dominate this, and we should win this game, even though we are, you know, a club full of players on non-contracts. Nobody wants to be assistant manager, so I guess we stop the advert. There is a director of football. He can come in and do whatever director of footballs do. Oh, yeah. So Brian Davies needs to be on shortlist now. We wanted to sign a fitness coach, but we had too many coaching signings. So I still think a fitness coach would be fine though. We need one to improve overall performances here, but you know, we cannot ask the board for another coach just yet. Sure. And yeah, so I talked myself into signing this player anyway, even though his trait is really annoying and we gotta unlearn it. At least that's what I feel. That said, he can be an option on the left wing. I forgot that he comes in. So, not a case for mentoring group, but maybe we can teach him how to play on the left wing. Where is it? Here. Good acceleration, not that pacey though. Let's get rid of the trait. This is, I think this is passing training, I'm not sure. No, it is not. Maybe it's technique training or something. He doesn't read the game well enough to for this to be a worthwhile endeavor. Okay. Let's see. And some final third training on top. That said, this doesn't look promising. We'll see. He might make an appearance from time to time. Also, given that we have physios now... Oh no, Mark Twose is gone. So he was one to go anyway, right? Whatever. And Jordan Carrington will sign as a chief scout. I can deal with that. That's fine. Maybe our scouts can share the burden. Going forward. Recommended signing, please. Yes, we hired a director of football. Great. Given that there's no loan players to be, you know, loaned out and so on, there's no unwanted list, so I'm not sure what a director of football will do right now. Probably not do contract. Mr. K. Grenade is a highly influential player now. For some reason. I guess due to his age. Cool. Okay. So we need somebody to play here. I guess Rooney it will be. This is an attacking formation, by the way. Really excited about this. So, same here. We will not play him in this role. We will play him as a deep lying forward, I guess. That doesn't dribble more and doesn't shoot more often. Just box standard like this. Does he have really good off the ball movement and overview? Not that much. But rooms from precision might be an idea going forward, yeah. In the future. Let's put it there on the bench. Gibson is still in here. So we lost a striker. We don't need another one up here for the friendly. I think we would rather have a defender. Or... Did we sign the inverted winger already? Not him. Not him. No. No, this... That's interesting, but no. No, I will learn it at some point. So I guess it's this guy. He doesn't belong in the U19 anyway, he's too old. Even though I don't like it. So I guess he makes an appearance. At some point. Not to be included in the mentoring groups, as long as this trait is on him. And there's another scout. Okay. Now we have a scout with purple hair. Why not? I will Google this guy now. I'm not so sure. There's a football player, you know, like American football that has this name. Maybe I misspelled it. Joshua Jones it is? Okay. Mark Davies is recommended as no, I don't think so. I'm not that fond of poachers anyway. This is not one I would like to have in our squad. You know who I would still love to have in our squad? Dylan Morgan. That would be a wonderful signing for us. On loan. From that absurd little Swedish club. He might just want to come back to England. But I think he declined last time out. He absolutely has all we need. Yeah, given the fact that Jidde Hogdal's IK apparently have too much money, I will offer for him immediately. He might be in the mood at some point. No idea why they are willing to part with him, but as long as it works, doesn't matter. I would love to get him over here. He would absolutely destroy this league. Also, there's a maximum of 12 lone players. So, basically the entire squad. Yeah. We were at this level last time out. That's great news. Oh. So, this would be a practical signing for the future, apparently. Dan Shaw, who is not that bad. He's more of a physical striker and on too high of a wage for us. So this is more of a lone target, and 5 points of finishing are not something I want to sign. Also, I'm not too fond of the personality. No interest. And Dan Roberts looks like a regular striker. He's currently available. He found out that this club exists. Given Taffs Well, yeah, Taffs Wells, I guess it is. In this situation. Importance in the game. I think we can offer him a trial. Let him play with the U19 for some time and then decide later on. I feel like there's a spot in midfield that we can still talk about. U19 physio. For some reason, physiotherapy for the U19 department is better than for the senior squad. Please don't ask me why. Williams is spirited, that'll do. Come in, sir. Yeah, cool. Thank you very much for having this talk. We will continue this. And he can come in on trial, sure. I'm too slow. Well, so we need to do set pieces too. I'm not in the mood to do that right now. On the other hand, we should do it at some point. And ideally, it would be really great to have a good playmaker in the middle of the pitch. Because with the short passing and all, this works. Now we just need somebody to dominate play. And whilst I feel like McIver is capable of growing into that role, maybe I overestimated his current capabilities. Also, we absolutely need to look at the physio's report right now. So there's no sports scientist. We don't know about recurring injuries in this squad. There might be, but we can have a look at injury suspiciability. And if there's anyone in here that has really high suspiciability to injuries, we have a problem. Or we might have. That said, this is a non-contract based club, so I guess he's on the default shortlist. I guess I can see why, but we cannot afford this guy anyway. Let's get rid of him. This is fantastic. Great. Yet another temperamental player. Let's bring him in. His trial ends, yeah, I'm sure. Oh. So, we will have to go through every single trial list and try to make sense of it. We need to find out if these are worth our time. So, In his case, I would argue that most of this is not that great, but neither is it horrible. Decisions and composure we can train. For a 21-year-old, sure, that's not great. But my biggest concern here is the strength and the pace. This is a really slow central defender. I don't think this is viable. Also not a great personality, so no way. Barry Fitzgerald is considered a deep-lying playmaker. He looks for a pass rather than attempting to score. He's 21. That's a bit old for my taste. He can also play as an advanced playmaker if we want him to. Not that it matters much. I don't think we need an advanced playmaker specifically. My problem with him is that his core attribute, the passing, is just 7. He's got flair 4. For a playmaker, he's a lot like a holding midfielder. And I like that personality, by the way. If we compare him to MacIver, if I can find him. There he is. That's my problem. We don't even have to look into the details. Well, we can. But I just don't feel this. MacIver is better overall and he's 4 years younger. And I really hate to do this. Because this kind of personality is something that I want in a squad usually. On the other hand, let me put it that way. So, counterpoint. The counterpoint is we do not have a replacement for MacIver. Not at all. We do not have a second playmaker. This guy's either footed. His physicals are horrible. But he's got good personality and we can combine him into a mentoring group with MacIver. If we sign him as a backup option. He considers himself breakthrough prospect, so let's just go with youngster. I don't know, emergency backup. Okay, he wants to be breakthrough prospect, so let's go with this. Maybe he develops and, you know, we get surprises. So he can come in for nothing. As I said, he can come in for nothing, in case he agrees to it. Oh, he doesn't. He wants 20 euros, alright. So I'll slap him on the shortlist. Because I think for a mentoring group this would be okay. And MacIver could learn this trait, which is not a bad idea for a playmaker in general. And then we have a backup option and he can play from time to time in case it's needed. And be a good influence on the rest of the squad with his personality. I have no idea why he is 4-star rated. I guess he has all the attributes for the playing playmaker. And on our level this is a lot. Decent free kicks, decent dribbling. I guess, yeah. So, maybe I'm getting around why he's 4-star rated. If we compare him to MacIver. Here. He's better, yes. It's not that, well, it's something though. My problem with him is, I do not want him to be an important player with that personality. At least he's level-headed though. I don't know. Also, determination is 4. That's not great. He has decent loyalty due to being level-headed and, well, he will not have absurdly bad professionalism. Otherwise he would be a slack or something, you know. So, I guess that's okay-ish. No. To have him as a squad player. He wants a serious amount of money though. That said, if he can bring his attributes to the pitch, maybe. That's an idea. I'm not really warmed up to the idea, but the thing is, this is one of the better players that we found. We can deal with. He can be advanced playmaker as well as deep lying playmaker, which is really hard to find on this level. There's nobody else that's interested in him. It might take some time until they get there. We need somebody to take the free kicks. His off the ball movement isn't great. That's a weakness that I can see. And he's right-footed only. But otherwise he's okay. Quinn. Liam Quinn. Decent pace and the rest is all over the place, I don't think so. Brian Miller. We have... This is a victim of the circumstances as well. We have enough players in that position, I don't think we need one. That's just the way it is. I don't like this bunch of traits, to be honest. That's all there is to it. These are so many traits and I don't think that... This doesn't scream I am this kind of player to me. No. Even though he's really good, star rating wise, I don't think this is okay. Greg Henderson is an old... We know Greg Henderson, right? I don't think he will make it. Not with us anyway. Aaron Mayer. That's not too bad. But he's 20. I don't know. I guess it would be okay. But given this, we have a 17-year-old that's on this level, right? His name is something with A. Adair. Yeah. So we have a 17-year-old that is on a more or less similar level that can develop for 3 years and play. If we were to sign Aaron Mayer, Adair wouldn't be in the first team anymore, so this doesn't make much sense. Ian McPartland is a casual. I will under no circumstance include a casual in the squad, if I can help it. So, definitely no. Robbie Hololan has, for this position, there's some concerns. On the mental side, as well as on the physical side. I'm not sure about this. And if I'm not sure about it, I probably shouldn't do it. Not to be impressed by all the arrows to, well, you know, going up. This is yellow, this is not green, right? Well, it might be green, whatever. What's concerning here is the fact that his tackling is 2. He's more of an attacking player, so he would need to play here for us. That's not impossible. But on the other hand, his dribbling and first touch aren't good enough. So I guess he's an athlete, if that makes sense. But, well, his physicals are good but not great. Not a horrible decision, but he's 20 years old, so I guess 3 years too old for us. Johnny Duncan. He tries killer balls often with his... That's not the worst idea for him. Really good technique. There's problems with off-the-ball movement and positioning for him, so say we play him as an advanced playmaker, then there's problems with flair, dribbling and agility. He's not bad. Decent free kicks too. As I said, we could use somebody in the playmaker role. On the other hand, he's 20 years old, so yeah, don't know. I guess we could sign him and put MacIver back down to the U19 where he belongs. If he's better, that is. And that's a bit of a hard sale, isn't it? Because MacIver has better vision. Yes, his technique is a bit off, but he's better in the air, whatever that serves. Johnny Duncan is better mentally. I don't know. It's not that convincing, is it? I will not include him. Mark Cassidy is manageable, I think, as a youth signing. That said, he's not that impressive. If we look at it from this perspective, stamina's bad, work rate is okay, vision is bad, passing is bad, off the ball movement is bad, long shots are bad, first touch is bad, crossing is bad. That's just too much. It's just too much. Sorry, Mark. Ryan Wright. Rather pacey, and then basically the Cassidy argument. Adam Campbell dives into tackles with tackling of 6, aggression of 5, and forget about it now. Mr. Morrissey here is a decent finisher. I don't know, don't think so. Chris Doran. My problem with him is the vision. If that vision were to be 9, I would be interested. But there's also no off-the-ball movement and no anticipation. Sure, he's a 17-year-old. And he curls balls, which is a trait that is hard to come by. Say we include him in the first team, put him in the mentoring group with the playmakers, just for them to get curls balls. This improves the player's ability to curl the ball above and beyond his ability as already determined by his attributes. This is strictly a bonus, right? So say we include him as a youngster. Sure. Totally fine. You're back it. Not that fast. As a winger, he would be okay-ish, but not great. No, I don't feel it. Bradley Owens. That's just a poacher. And we have better. Derek Byrne. It's not that horrible, right? But a strength of 6 is a bit concerning. All of these are okay. Heading, marking, tackling, positioning. Bravery is good. His jumping reach isn't that great. For a central defender, he's rather small. 17-year-old or not 17-year-old, that's not tall enough. And composure and decisions are no good. So his pace is okay though. I think this looks... The star rating looks worse than this is, but the strength is not good. For me, this is too slow. If I look at it from this angle, forget about the 2 points of off the ball movement, but the rest is he's too low in some of the attributes. Joe Dolan apparently counts as a winger. I do not agree. In fact, I don't know what to do with this guy. So I guess we will not sign him. John Gilmore. Well, I would be willing to sign him for the name. But the problem is he plays short, simple passes. And if that stuff with the name doesn't make any sense to you, this was a Critical Role reference. If this doesn't make any sense to you, well, I don't know, where have you been living recently? But the problem with him is on the physical side, I guess. And with that trait. Short, simple passes for somebody with his passing capabilities are not a good idea. So we would need to retrain him, get rid of this. I guess we could do that. He's 17 years old after all. But the coach might object to this once we try. Due to the fact that his vision and flair are not that great. Also, he's got bravery 1. I don't know why. No history of injury. I'll put him in the youth team. Because skill-wise he's fine. I just want him to get rid of this trait. And we do not need to play him. There's enough space in the youth team. We can just get rid of him in case he doesn't develop. Which we might need to do. There's too many ones in here. I don't see this. To be fair, I think... No, forget about it. Forget about it. There's too many ones in the attribute sample overall. Chris Wallace. I like this a lot. The problem is, I do not like the attributes at all. That off-the-ball movement, though, is really hard to come by on this level. I'm not sure what to make of it. So, that's what makes him a decent poacher. Good off-the-ball movement, and a decent finish, and decent technique. I guess in a hyper-focused role he would be okay, but he would need additional acceleration or anticipation or whatever. Yes. Also, we don't play with a poacher. We could, but I don't want to. The tackling. The tackling, the positioning, the marking, he's not good enough defensively. And this is the majority of his job. So I don't think this is a good idea. That said, he might be okay on the defensive side. We're talking a 17-year-old fully youth squad after all. And it's not like we have that many replacements in this position, do we? Apparently we do. So Adair is a right back. Jamie Roberts is who plays in the first team. We signed this guy, if I'm not... Yeah, we signed him. So I guess we have options. And we do not necessarily need coist seats. Yeah, sure. For winger duty, that's not horrible. But technicals are off the ball movement isn't great, the anticipation is 4. Don't think so. Aidan Martin. Similar argument, just worse. And then there's Peggy Taylor. Peggy is a fickle guy. That's not my problem with him though. My problem with him is 3 points of strength. 5 points of pace. The rest of it I can gloss over, I guess. He's got decent technique, by the way, for some reason. But, yeah, no. There's that. So, that means we sign another 5 people or something for the youth team. And maybe we include a mentoring group for the playmakers. And then we need to sort the squad. Some players need to leave. Because at this point the squad is too big. And with all the new arrivals, dynamics will have suffered anyway. So we will get rid of some that are absolutely not needed. He can move to the first team, I guess. How old is he? He's 21. He needs to move to the senior squad, yes. He's not under 19. He doesn't belong down there. In his case, I think acceleration and pace, while being a bit lower than what we are used to, are not his major weakness. I guess he will try to beat his man anyway. But the passing and vision is really bad. Decisions and composure are really bad. The long shots we can forget about. We will not improve that by much anytime soon. But technique, passing, vision, he needs to do this. I don't care. This is just one of the scouting reports, and we are looking for lone players. Forget about this too. So now we will have 30 less people in the club, and then we need to sort for disciplinary reasons. And I brought a lot of unrest to the club now, due to changing the playing staff and also the non-playing staff. Also, I'm gonna go back to the kitchen and grab some additional food. I know it's 11 p.m. here in Europe, but I'm not really hungry. I'm just looking for something to do while streaming, I guess. Anyway, I'll be back in a few seconds. Hi. So, we're back. And apparently I found food, you know. The stuff just happens. You walk into the kitchen and all of a sudden there's food in the kitchen. So with him, I don't feel like he has any traits that are horribly wrong. He's temperamental though, which is not great. And we have a winger, inverted winger group for the right wing, which is fine with him. He's a right-footed player, right? If I can find it, it is. Yeah, he's right-footed. That's why we signed him for the left wing. So, training, mentoring, include him in this group. Yeah. Here he is. And he has absolutely no influence on the group, but he might be influenced by the group. So I guess that's a plus. And apparently Adair want to influence the others a little bit for some reason. We can get rid of him now out of in this group, but I don't think it's needed. Are there other players that need a mentoring group, by the way? The two goalkeepers? Well, I guess Coleman will not be influenced by Massaro if I can help it. Gary Moody is up here. Yeah, we just included him for other reasons. The central defenders, I think, is a group that can be extended with him. No effect from the group, a light effect on the group. Is this due to being a lone player? I guess. So, I guess that's a minus. Given the fact that St. Jones is around to mentor the rest of the group, I think this is a minus, so let's exclude him. George Jenkins really should grow into a more important role in this club, but it might take some time. I don't know, I guess Elina is so far off at this point. He's a target forward. We have a young guy that's on a similar level now. So I guess we could try to use Elina to get a better personality in one or two of our strikers. That said, the strikers will not remain with the club. Great. We trained this one as a poacher. I guess that's not a bad idea. Can he do advanced forward? Yeah, so passing and vision are really off. So is half of his physical sample. I guess we will train him as an advanced forward anyway. I don't want to include a poacher if I can help it. Poachers are really annoying. They don't do much other than poach. There's other roles in Football Manager I feel that are highly specialized too. For example, target forward is highly specialized too. But target forward I do not feel is that focused on one duty only. A target forward can help in build up play and so on. So, seen from that perspective, a poacher, I think, is one of these roles that has the least amount of teamwork. If that makes sense. He has an important role, sure, but he doesn't contribute much otherwise. Can work just fine though, right? In a strike partnership, big man, little poacher, big target man. Target man lays off the ball towards the poacher who runs for the ball and taps it in. Why not? Morgan James is unhappy with the standard of the strength coaching. You and me both. What's up with him? He's unhappy with the standard of the strength coaching. As I said, you and me both. Ryan Gibson is unhappy with the standard of the... Okay, this goes on like this. This might have to do with all the trial lists though, which will resolve by itself. And Dylan Morgan apparently doesn't want to come over for loan. Well, that's unsurprising, but I'm still disappointed. I would have loved to have Dylan Morgan here. Maybe, I don't know, he can break a foot or something and come over afterwards. Alright. Finally, Sunday. Maybe we can also get some development going, but I don't think there's much change on the attributes side of things. Pontypridd are one of my all-time favorite clubs right now, because they poached our left back, which I seriously wanted to keep. So they are an unfriendly club to us at this point, if that makes sense. All right. Yeah, as much as I would like to have a decent coach, we do not have anyone else. Well, we do not have a slot available. We have coaches that might come in. Sure, have fun with him. There's a lot of trials that finish. We looked through these previously. There's a draw for the second round of the cup, and we are in the cup competition. There's a second cup competition, is there? I think we got thrown out of the first. Yeah, we got knocked out by Seven Sisters, I remember. So we will enter the second round in September though. And the expectation is just to be competitive. Fine, we will play the same way as last time. Even though I think we need to dominate this game, we will just see. And also, you remember last time? I forgot two things. So let's do that right now. I said we want the ball to be played out of defense anyway. Oh, this is the wrong... Well, we want it to be played out of defense in any case. It was the wrong tactic though. I want, even in this tactic, I want it to be played out of defense. Because I think we can manage that on this level. And we want them to drop off more here. And we want them to step up more in that situation, yeah, sure. So, this is the attacking formation. But given that this is an away game, why not do the defensive stuff? Let them do the work and see where it leads. Rooney didn't improve much so far. Seriously? Well, in that case, get out of my squad. Yeah, they play against Cinderford. Okay, so 2 spots are empty. We will play Rufin Town, which are on a similar level. At least at first glance. At second glance, they are non-contract only, just like us. So that's a cup game, you know. Tactics-wise, this looks vaguely familiar. Oh, maybe he gets injured or something. We'll see. At least we know that it's a possibility right now. So this is not a no match zone, this is match Saturday. And we play against an important player, an important opponent. Which reminds me, last time out I didn't know the rules. I want to know the rules this time. Because there's no replays here. How does this go? Winner qualifies for the third round. Is there... Penalty shootout immediately if scores after our level after 90 minutes. So, that's interesting. Because that implies that we can do penalty training here. I think, given the fact that there is no added time There's no additional 30 minutes or something, and no replay. Penalties are likely to have a high impact. Let's put it that way. So, seen from that perspective, it's a good idea to include penalties prior to cup games, in Wales in particular. Not so much in other nations, because, well, you know, you might get replays and so on. Alright. Is there anything we need to do for this formation? Maybe. Let's see. This is the most, by the way, this is the best assistant manager I ever had, because he doesn't give advice if he doesn't know about it. I've not seen that just yet. He is a striker that dives into tackles on loan from Yeovil. Look at that market value. Don't know where this comes from though. Ouch. He isn't even that great, is he? Comes from Brackley. Initially. So the overhead kicks are not that great. Knocks ball past opponent is totally fine with him, he's pacey. Damn it. But that's somebody on our level, to a degree. He's got the best personality in the game. Decent flair. Dribbling and first touch are okay. I would use him as an inverted winger, not as a striker. He's not a great striker. But he might do as an inverted winger. So, definitely a fan of this one. Ben Andrews. For a non-league club, this guy's fucking fast. Dwells on ball though, hugs line, this is all over the place, I don't know. Well, at least as long as they play him in central, attack him in the field. Ryan Richards. Shoots from distance, he's no good at it. No good passing, I think he needs to be closed down and pressed. Yeah. Let's press this guy, because I think he will misplace the odd pass. He is a decent free kick taker. For some reason they play him in midfield, Mr. Farrell. I don't know. He's not great, but there's no obvious weakness that I can see. Eli Collins. Apparently this is the playmaker type of the two, given the position on the pitch, but he's got passing 5. Comes deep to get ball, tries long range passes. This is a really bad combination of traits. Also, we can... So, the weird thing is, we could take him out of the game by marking him tightly, right? We could also press him. I guess we will do both. We will try to mark him tightly, press him a lot, and tackle him hard, because, well, bravery 4 to 6, strength 4, and no dribbling to speak of. Hopefully this will not result in a colorful match, but I guess his knees will probably be colorful after the game. Yeah, and that's enough. We should do more friendlies against English clubs, really. Because this kind of player you only pick up in friendlies. We do not scout there. And yes, he hasn't joined them for very long. But can we see this? We don't know. Oh, there it is. Yeah, so he joined them 2 days ago, right? We will just try in another month. At some point he might come over. And once he comes over, well, there's a cake man on the right wing right now that plays a lot of time. But given the model citizen, we might give him some time on the bench. He can be, I don't know, a great primary option until the young guy grew into his role. Nobody expects us a result. I expect us to get a result in this situation. This is an away game, but still. Given the weaknesses of some of these players, I think we should be able to get a result here. I didn't look into finance. I forgot about that. So overall this should have earned us about 7k, those 2 matches. I don't know though. Yates is on the pitch. Maybe he can have a better game this time. On the other hand, it's not like his direct opponent, you know, competing for the place in the squad did any better. Torp, Collins. I want to look into something immediately. He's a right back. He's really slow though. For some reason this happens all the time. And just Torp on the other side. What is wrong with these... with the fullbacks in this game? Give me just a second. Are the center backs any better? He's decent. Billy Bates is decent. From a pace perspective. So, I guess... How's Yates though? Where's Yates? Here. He's not that fast. So, best guess right now. Pass into space. And... go down the wings. Yeah, and this is the wrong goalkeeper, by the way. It's not like I'm totally opposed to Massaro, but we loaned Coleman for a reason. I don't know what this means. Apparently, you know, there was an instruction to roll the ball out. Didn't happen. Collins, Farrell, Martin intercepts. Yates doesn't manage to find McIver. Moody again. Moody's dangerous. Didn't we instruct him to drop off? Yeah, we instructed him to drop off. So, if I am impressed by anyone in this game, it's Martin so far. He intercepted a few balls. Jenkins. Okay. I guess that's one way to win this game. What a screamer. My neighbors might be asleep though, so in their defense I will not scream. George Jenkins, with a free kick taking 5, still he scored this one. Please don't ask me why he took the free kick, but I'm happy that he did. Will Massaro find somebody? Apparently not. Oh, nice one. Yates. That was close. Pickering barely managed to get that one. Mr. Cake Grenade. Bates. Forbes. That wasn't a great cross. James. McIver. Again, long ball towards Mr. Cake Grenade. Down the wing. Rooney. Pickering. And it's behind. So far, not a single shot faced. For us. Jenkins with the corner. James. Just over. Apparently they took a shot, but we didn't see it. I don't know where this came from. There's... all of a sudden there's an expected goal here. I don't know what happened. Should have been part of the comprehensive highlights. Rooney. McDowell. McDowell runs down the wing. Corner. Oh, why not? I'll take that. Jenkins with the corner. Not a bad one. McDowell, McIver. Well, we all saw that long shot coming, did we? Rooney. Feldstedt. Jenkins. McDowell. Runs wide with the ball. Runs wide with the ball. Is it yet another corner? It's not. It was a dangerous pass. I guess this counts as a low cross. Whatever. Yates. McDowell. Cross from deep. Not a chance for Mr. Cake Grenade there. So that cross from deep wasn't a good choice. Collins. Britton. Stern. Long ball towards Flat. Moody doesn't manage to get to the ball. Good stuff. Collins, Farrell. And there we face yet another shot. So that's the second of their game. Pickering towards Forbes. There's a lob. Stern. Another one. There's no build-up play here. Collins. Oh no. The defense didn't look that great there. I think it was the wingback on the left, McDowell, that was responsible for this not being offside. James, Martin, James, Roberts, James, nice ball towards McDowell. Great one. Who runs through the middle of the pitch for a reason? Martin, McIver, James, and he takes the long ball. That's that. Yates. Jenkins. Yates. Rooney. Not a bad idea. Not a great cross. Interesting ball. Farrell, that might end up with Roberts. It does. Jenkins again. Nope. The central defenders don't really stand a chance with the near post corners. So it's either the corner taking or they are just not tall enough. Not good headers. I don't know. We need to look into this, into set pieces. So probably tomorrow. If there's nothing else on my plate. Feldstedt. Forbes, Farrell, Collins, Farrell, Feldstedt. So, even though some of the defending looks a bit, that should be offside. It looks a bit like, apparently it wasn't offside. The defending looks a bit like it's not that controlled, a bit chaotic sometimes. Is it yet another corner? It isn't. But overall I'm happy with the performance, it's not too bad. And to praise him doesn't seem over the top, apparently. McIver. And some tangled up situation. Oh, well, that could be really interesting towards Yates. How? It was a really great chance. Should have scored. So overall we're the better team. And very similar, I don't think so. Yeah, we could have done better. But we can be happy with this. In a game with unexpected goals of 0.14 for the opponent, I will always be happy. It's highly unlikely that they score if they go on like this for the second half. So that's good. I'm happy with it. That's fine. And apparently we control possession too. For some reason. 60% possession, that's not too bad. They made a substitution though. Let's see. In fact, they made several. Okay, yeah. They replaced half their squad. Oh, and they go with a 4-4-2 now. So he's a left-footed winger on the right. That's somewhat pacey. It's hard to counter this guy. So I guess we can trigger the press on him and show him to the weaker foot. Lewis McNall is not a bad player, as it looks. I think overall he will have decent performances throughout the season. Even though he's 29 and not the fastest guy anymore. Tyrell Miller-Rodney. He's a well-traveled midfielder apparently. I guess the weaker foot is the obvious choice here. With Eli Collins, we already had a look at him. I guess we can tackle him harder in this situation. And Kamar Kirkland. He's fast, good dribbler, good off the ball movement. I don't know. I really don't know. What about the strikers? Rather fast. He's really weak. But I wouldn't want to tackle him harder. Dribbling is okay. So let's stick with it for now. And see if the 4-4-2... Well, in a 4-4-2 we don't want to go down the wings, right? We want to go through the middle of the pitch. Even though... I still think it's viable to go through the middle of the pitch against this kind of formation. Not a bad choice. If he would have pulled that off. I guess that's a shot from distance from Kirkland. By Kirkland. Yeah. Nothing to say about it though. Roberts, McIver, Roberts. Nobody. I take that back, McDowell was available. Or left back with a finish. McDowell again, Yates. Back towards McDowell, Jenkins, McIver. Will it be a long shot? Nope. Martin. Well, it was a long shot. Pickering with a long ball. Well defended by James. Not so well picked up by Mr. Cakeman. Kirkland. James. Well done. Come on, run with it, Mr. Cake Grenade, and that's a hopeful effort. It's just not what Yates is good at. Offside, apparently? Yeah. Anyone exhausted in here? Not really. James is a bit tired. But he should be able to cope with it. Should. Jenkins. Jenkins with a decent ball towards Mr. Cake Grenade. Who takes the cross. Rooney. Picks up the ball. Rooney. It's just a corner, not a penalty. Jenkins takes the corner. Picked up by Pickering. Not a change. Let's see. Yeah, it's just a... It's still a 4-4-2. McIver. James, just over. McDowell, Miller, Rodney. Rooney intercepts the ball. Cross by Rooney. Will McIver. Nope. But that long ball doesn't go anywhere. Well, Roberts picks it up. Well, okay. Great. Oh, same level of play. Same level of skill, basically. So, we have a tired up person here. Luke Thomas can come on for James. I guess that's okay at this point. And we will also substitute the rest of them, will we? Because... Well, at least for those that we can. Morgan Oren can come on for Roberts. Central defender, we have Shay Kirk on the bench, but also Sam Jones. So Felstad can come off. McDowell, it's not really needed. Harry Martin is okay. So I don't think we need to substitute him. Is there anyone that needs to play for McIver? No. I think the bench is a bit misconstructed. I will need to improve on this for the next match. But for the next match we will do some reductions to the squad anyway. Seriously, Roberts. He could have just ran with the ball to the right. Well, Richards. McNall, Miller, Rodney, McIver. Maybe. Depends, and welcome to the stream. Mr. I guess that's Tobber Lead. I'm not sure though, it really depends on what it is. Linday. Apparently it was offside. Martin, Jenkins, McIver, Rooney. I think you get job offers from them. So this was let me think about it for a second. I think in the last installment of Football Manager I got offered a job for being international manager of the Netherlands, and that can happen, and you can do both at the same time. In case that happens, there will be a switch on the top left, I think, between your real club and the international stuff. So, given that you're managing a club, you might be offered a job for an international team, and then you might have both of them, and you can switch between the two. And that makes some sense because international management is really... Let's just say there's no team that is trained on a repeated basis, and the players come in with fitness levels that are all over the place. So international competitions are not really fun. I'm not sure. I can tell you as much. I think the international competitions need to be going, but I think internationals are on anyway, if I'm not mistaken. They happen whatever you do, right? That said, I play with a database that is like this, like everything's included basically, if I can help it. So it was like this for me too. And that might have to do with the fact that I got offered that job. So you might need to include these countries in the leagues, but I'm not sure. Still, I hope that helps to a degree. Yes, that definitely, yes. So if you manage in Denmark and you want to go to another typical football club, these clubs need to be loaded and they need to be playable, because otherwise you will not get a job offer, well, because there wouldn't be a league that you can play in. So these leagues need to be loaded, yes. So say you are in Denmark and you want to manage in Germany for some weird reason, then Germany needs to be loaded, yes. It does, because the leagues that are loaded will deduct from the speed basically, because it needs to simulate the games, right? And all the players need to be generated there, and their development needs to be simulated, because you might sign somebody from there. So this also has an impact, obviously, on the amount of data. Let me put it like this: if you are a person that doesn't have a lot of patience whilst gaming, or not a lot of time, then it might annoy you. But on the other hand, I play this on a 13-year-old CPU. So my computer is really, really old. And I do this for streaming. And my database is huge. So that's viable for me though. I don't care if it takes 5 seconds more to process. Doesn't matter much. And in game, there's nothing that's processed along the way other than the other matches that run at this point in time. So it's more about the time between, between looking at the mails and so on. So this time might be extended, and come the switch of the year, for example, if you go from 31st of December to 1st of January, it might take 2 or 3 minutes. But who cares, right? It's not like this is a match that is all about the action. Oh, no big deal.
Thanks for the follow.
And thank you very much. You are welcome to stick around and accompany us on our journey through Wales. Apparently, it is these days. That's rather new. Well, it's not a new save, but we're new to this club. So you didn't miss much, in case you're interested. Also, let us know about your save. So this is Taffs Well. Taffs Well is just a random club that offered us a job, really. And I'm from Germany, and there's a story to why we picked this club. And this story is about Mies. Well, I don't know if Mies is still around. Let me have a look. Mies is still around. He doesn't want this to... I guess he doesn't want this to be about him, but it is about him at this point. So Mies is a Borussia Dortmund fan, if I'm not mistaken, and if I don't confuse the people. And this club has yellow and black kits, just like Borussia Dortmund, but the away kit is basically the colors of the local rival. So this stood out for me. Our away kits are basically the away kits of Schalke. So I guess we did this to annoy him and please him at the same time. Otherwise I might have picked another club. That said, it's also a trashy little club somewhere. If you Google it. Too late. Also, I am the reason, because I wanted to annoy you. So I guess that's how it works, right? That sounds like an interesting... Oh no. It was offside. That sounds like an interesting save at least. And Mies, if this is something that really annoys you, I will stop. Obviously. Right? But I'm happy to have you around, and also I guess I like the colors. There's black in it. Whenever there's black in it, I like the kit colors. So I guess that's okay with me. I think we should probably substitute some of these players. So... Maybe you can have a go in the Champions League though. I don't know if this is viable with Denmark. What's a lie about it though? Well, okay, you might not be annoyed. So that's my imagination. But I gotta check the kits of Schalke 04 too, because I'm not so sure what the away kits are these days. But I vaguely remember that it is this horrible green. And I think there was a debate about this a few years ago, if I'm not mistaken. Basically, Dortmund fans saying that they would never play in this horrible green like Schalke. Because, you know, primary colors of Schalke are blue and white. But then the answer was this is the color of the city or something. Gelsenkirchen, I think, has somewhere there's a green for. Okay, so yeah, well, maybe there's some room for the humor. Anyway, it immediately stood out to me about this save. And that's all there is to it. You came along, if you want to put it that way. So to me, this is about you, with all due respect. If you like it or not. Yeah, Chris Adair can make an appearance, I think, and maybe we can put Owen in defensive midfield. Here. Anyone else? Sure, I guess we can have the playmaker substituted, and... Who is this guy? Oh, he can come on for Rooney. He will not make an appearance. Elina will not make an appearance either. Sure, take your time. There's no... Freddie Wiles is here. He can come on for McDowell. I guess Coleman can make an appearance too. And then we have Jenkins left and Mr. K Grenades, so I guess on the right wing. Still left for the player here. You can come on and play inverted winger. At least for now. And we need somebody in midfield, so I guess Shay Kirk comes on and plays for Jenkins. Good luck, guys. Good luck. They had their chances now. By the way, if any of you know any better about the way this works with international management and leagues loaded, you are welcome to inform Tobber. I'm not entirely sure about it, because international management is just so unappealing to me. Like, in real life as well as in Football Manager. Brotherton with a nice pass. Cloyd, and there's nobody in front of him. Confused to be coming on in this position. Well, McHugh, you gotta be used to it. Kirkland. Well defended. Trainer Williams on his yellow card. 86 minutes into the game. Not a problem for Wilds. Kirk. Come on, Kirk. Nice long ball. And that's not picked up by Cloyd though. Cloyd is so slow. Why? Why is he so slow? We should get this club affiliated with Borussia Dortmund. Yeah, he got the direction totally wrong. He was like... He went running to the left and the ball went right. Cloyd is becoming a fan favorite immediately. Seriously? Oh, come on. This is not a family-friendly stream, by the way. But it's a great training exercise for me not to swear. We can argue all day whose fault it is. Yeah, I will need to do set pieces anyway. All of them. Adair. Cloyd. Oh, come on, Cloyd. I feel like maybe we can defend this though. I don't know how. In the end, it's also about the player attributes and so on. That's it. Well, it's a boring draw. But we gave away that game. Look at it. They had this one chance. Yeah. There's certain patterns in the match engine that you pick up, I guess. On the other hand, how do I put this? There's certain patterns in football too. So it's hard to argue that the match engine is unrealistic at some point. Because in football, it's also viable to do stuff like this. It might not work all that often, I don't know. One thing that's so we will need to register him. Okay. Same with trainer. Do we want to register him? Sure. Right? This is what we signed him for. So Feldstedt and trainer needs to be registered for the league game. How does this work? Squad registration. Nothing to do here. Where is it? Yeah. Yeah. Sure. I agree with this. Totally. We need a 15th player. Who was it? We had somebody that needed to be registered. Trainer it was, right? Yeah, given trainer. So now this is fine. There we go. That should do it. And for the other ones, it's not really needed. Because they are 20 or younger. Well, they count as under 21. Welcome back. So, it's past midnight now though. I guess there's one thing that we need to do though. So, first and foremost, this has nothing to do with Football Manager anymore. We managed to get to the follower goal. It's second league in Wales, so I guess that counts as lower league, yes. But I've managed way lower. On the other hand, skill level wise, it's probably rock bottom. So, whatever. Make of that what you will, right? It's I guess it's low. But I have a certain me. There was an extended database for England that I loaded a few years ago, all by myself, obviously, because I picked up streaming this year. And that database went down all the way to level 15 or something. I don't know, level 20. I think I loaded it up until like level 10. And I picked an amateur club down there. So, no money. And in amateur clubs are really interesting if you have a stadium with like 100 people and so on. So that works just fine in Football Manager. But in amateur clubs, you bring in players that are willing to play on amateur level, and then play them for 5 games, and afterwards they leave. Yeah, something like this. So I don't know how deep down I was, but I feel like if you stretch this over 20 levels, there will not be much of a difference between the different levels anymore. So at this point, it's I don't want to use the word unrealistic, but I would say the simulation has a bit of a problem. And I guess a similar argument can be made about where the leagues are so different in the level of pay. But this is to a degree realistic. But I guess it's still a great lot of fun to manage down here, if that makes sense. Yeah, I wanted to do something though. I want to manage the goals. So it still says here we are at 68 for some reason. Weird. No, we are at 69. It's just wrong. Okay, so we can have a new follower goal, and we also can have a subscription goal, in fact. Now that I'm affiliate. I guess we will start a new follower goal. And we will go towards 80, yeah, that's okay. So we will do this. And then I will go to bed pretty soon too. I will wrap this up immediately. Because it's past midnight now, and I want to do another stream tomorrow if I can help it. So you're welcome to come back anytime. So this is probably the end of the stream, but I want to do something to this. So sleep well. Bye. And about that time in FM19, let me read that for a second. Yeah, but you so in case you witnessed some of it at this point, we really struggled with Jidder Hockdal's IK. So from going from 4th league to 3rd league in Sweden was okay-ish. We struggled too, but we had a chance. And we even went up to 2nd league. But in 2nd league we got totally devastated. And this is accompanied by the fact that they get totally demolished up to this point. We can have a look, in fact. If they manage to get some additional points there, we're really surprised. Yeah, look at it. I was fired here. Yeah, I get that. So no apologies. This is absurdly hard. I don't know what to do. I guess overspend. So that's a lesson taught. You need to overspend and need to find quality immediately. And in my defense, we did find quality. But I don't know how the quality does these days. Is Bernie Go in at this point? I think he should be somewhere here. Ruben Bernie Go. Never played a single match for us. I cannot find him. He's a striker. There he is. Yeah. So he's in at this point. 4 matches, no goals. 6.05. How the fuck did they manage to get that? So, yeah, I would have loved to witness what this guy can do, but it's too late now. Per Franson is a player that would be... an idea to bring to the club. Yeah, he would have, but it's too late. We botched that with the transfer window and so on. Doesn't matter anymore now. No more potatoes, or whatever it is they plant up there. I don't know. We are in Wales now, and I don't know. I guess in Wales there's a lot of castles and that's it. So I don't know anything about Wales. In case you are familiar with Wales, let me know. That said, the stream has been going on for 6 hours and I need to go to bed. I'm awake since 6 a.m. I think. Can have many sheeps. Okay, great. This will not result in nice pictures. So given that we're trying to paint a nice picture of the club we're managing, probably anything associated with sheep is not a good idea. I don't know. Maybe we can think of something. Or I will use as a thumbnail just a picture of a big sheep with a football. I will Google this immediately. There are pictures of sheep playing with football. I don't think any of these are... No, I don't know. There's... there might not be one that's not copyright protected though. So, in case any of you ever come close to Taffs Well, I need a picture for the thumbnails. This is why there's no YouTube videos just yet. The videos are on YouTube, but I don't have the thumbnails ready. I need to do this. So I guess we go with the gate. Because nobody had an opinion on this, so the gate it is. And this might not be a big success on YouTube, but who cares? At least it's black and yellow. Anyway, thank you all very much for watching. I will probably see you tomorrow or on Sunday. And in case you wanna be updated on when the next stream is, just join the Discord. There's not much else there, but at least you'll be informed in case I get to it, or you can ask. So if that's something that's appealing to you, go for it. Otherwise, get into bed, you know. Tomorrow is a day too. Yep. Have a good night. See you soon.